right now, in this moment, not back in time, not centuries ago, right now. And the floor by the foundation by the earth, and so forth. So it's not a city that goes back in time, it's a hierarchical. If the earth didn't exist, my keyboard wouldn't be 3 feet off the ground, because my keyboard have only the derivative power from the earth to be 3 feet off the ground.
Unfortunately, Helios, this is just a restatement of the previous point.
Yes.
And yeah, Jack addressed it. It's well, nothing caused God. So you special pleaded out of the system.
The universe existed in all times and infinite regress, but not in a hierarchical city. Because if I give you another example, it's like taking a brick, and pushing it through glass, not throwing it, pushing it. So you can say that the glass is breaking under the pressure of the brick, but the brick is only breaking the glass because you are pushing it. So it derives the power to break the glass because you are giving it that power. And you're getting that power from your arm, and your arm is getting that power from certain neurons that you are from the muscle, and the muscle are fired because of the neurons, and it goes back hierarchical, not back in time.
You said it in a whole bunch of different ways, and we get it. We are talking about a chain of causality, not just a chain of time series. We understand that, right? What we're saying is that if you're saying that the first causer is God, right, then what causes God? It's not a time series question.
That's the lineage theory. That's not a hierarchical theory.
Unless there's something that's bigger than God. But then you special plead God by defining it as the biggest, most powerful thing, and that special pleads God out of that system so it can begin the system.
I don't think that's how it works. I think that's just the linear theory, not the hierarchical. The hierarchical theory must have a first member, because all the later members have only derivative power.
No, because even in a hierarchical series, the previous one can always be +1. You can always
it's not.
+1
There is no
something to the
+1
one.
because
No. Well, why not? Then you'd have to explain why not. Because if I do a hierarchy, I can have an infinite regress of hierarchies. +1, +1, +1, +1. I can always think of one that's something that's infinite +1. So,
no, what you're not. Yeah, I think you're not getting the. I'm not trying to consult you on anything, but no, you're not getting the hierarchical theory. I think it's a confusion between the hierarchical theory and the linear theory. It's imagine like you have mirrors who are going to infinitely, and they are reflecting a picture of a man. There is a man, and they're reflecting the picture of a man. All the mirrors, you have infinite mirrors. You cannot count them infinite, and every mirror is sending the light, which is a picture of the man, to another mirror, and that mirror to another mirror, and that mirror to another mirror. You can say that's an infinite regress, but you cannot say that the image of the man doesn't have an object. You must say that there must be a man because you have a picture Do you see? So it doesn't matter if there are infinite mirrors. That's not the point. The point is the mirrors are getting that picture from the man. They only derive that picture from the man. Doesn't matter if they are infinite or not.
You're running basically Fester's version of the Aristotelian cosmological argument, right?
No. It's not a cosmological argument. But thank you for your opinions. I appreciate it, and maybe next time I will present something better.
Thank you for coming up. The next, any good thoughts on that, guys?
Yeah.
He brought up a good problem. He brought up two good problems, like that we have that philosophy has yet to like give a compelling and convincing argument to end the discussion on. So yeah, appreciate it, but that's that's philosophy. You're gonna run into these problems.
Right. All right. Well, anyone is the next person in queue. We've got NephilimFree. We've got Jason in queue. This will be fun. Just hang on, guys. We see you in queue. There's a few people in line, though, so we're going to bring everyone up in order. We're not shooting people ahead of the line, so just hang on. Be cool. You'll get up. Boomerstein, sorry.
Bonus points if you can actually post whatever your argument is in the text chat.
Yes,
or
ping us. Well,
or name it. So because like that was a very long introduction to saying it's Aristotle's first cause or argument.
What's going on, Boomer?
What's up? I only came up here because I saw Jack in jail. Hey guys.
Hey, what's up, Boomer?
Hey, Boomer.
Just been watching.
Long time no see on the stage, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Used to do the stages, now not allowed. Very sad.
Well,
I'm
there's no stripper pole up here, so.
I'm surprised I haven't seen a lot of Bible defenders. They've just given up on that.
We can. Do you have an argument to convince us God exists, or?
Nah. I'm pretty much with you guys. I just wanted to pop up and say good stage and blah blah blah.
Good to see you, man. We've got an interesting one up next. NephilimFree. I'm inviting you up right now. What's up, Nephilim?
Hello? Hey, how's it going?
So you can
heard? My mic working good?
Yeah. What you got for us today?
Well, I would say this infinite regress idea is not plausible. It just can't be true. And there's a number of reasons why it can't be true. For one, if whenever matter is in motion, there's entropy. That's just a science fact. If matter is moving, there is entropy. Energy is being transformed from kinetic to potential. And that process can't have happened infinitely in the past. So there can't have been an infinite number of material activities, actions, going back into the past because each one constitutes an expenditure of energy. So there can't be an infinite expenditure of energy going backward into the past, else all usable energy would have been expended infinitely long ago, and the universe would be subatomic dust with no heat and no light. And so that can't be true unless you have an infinite energy generator somewhere that's continuously creating energy. But the laws of nature tell us that matter and energy can't be created or destroyed by matter and energy anyway. So they can only be converted. So unless you have an infinite energy generator, the universe or the whole material realm, time, space, energy, and matter cannot have existed infinitely in the past. Therefore, there cannot have been an infinite regress of material causes. The universe requires a cause. It necessarily had to come into being at some point in the past. Time, energy, space, and matter are interdependent. None of them can exist without all of them. They have to simultaneously exist. So this tells us the universe came into being ex nihilo at some point in the finite past. And
okay, and that source is going to be God, right?
Well, obviously.
Okay, does God have infinite energy?
Of course. He has the ability to he's infinite, is he not?
So the rules of science don't apply to God?
Of course not.
Okay.
How could they if God is
Well,
before all things?
how do you account for that?
How do I account for what? That God is
As
infinite?
infinite, yeah, that God has infinite energy.
Well, because the universe is all energy that exists, and whatever caused it has to have more than that, right? So
So
logically
he just
follows
has to have all
has
universal energy
unlimited
plus
amount.
one. Oh, it doesn't need to be
Unlimited.
unlimited.
I think it logically does. It's the very definition of God. When we think of God, we think of a being with unlimited power, right?
No, not everybody holds to that definition.
Well, that's the logical conclusion, I think, that God is infinite and unlimited in power.
Well, you're making this jump from metaphysics to physics.
Well,
You're saying
I think I've already
metaphysically it must be
demonstrated.
infinite. Well, you've demonstrated scientifically why there's a problem.
Yes,
Yeah, I
there
can see
can't be
that's
an
a
infinite
problem.
regress, and the universe had to have come into being out of nothing at a
And you
finite
could
moment.
completely sidestepped quantum mechanics.
I didn't do anything but discredit the idea that the material realm can have existed infinitely into the past.
As we
Cannot be
know it,
true.
as we have observed it. We
Right,
haven't
that's
observed
right.
the
It
entire.
can't.
Yeah.
It can't.
But isn't that just an argument from
That's right.
incredulity?
No, it's an argument from what we know.
Saying that a thing is true because something has not been proven to be true.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm saying this is true because of what we do know.
It must be the case because that's all we know. There's
That
another
is what
name
we
for that.
know, and that's the
That's
implication of it.
that's fallacious.
No, that's just what we know, and that's the implication of it.
But it
Yeah,
doesn't
well,
necessarily. But it doesn't mean it necessitates.
So what you're trying to do now is appeal to the idea that because there's things that we don't know, obviously what I've said is not necessarily true, but that
Right.
doesn't stand to reason.
Sure, it does.
No, because of what we do know.
Because you can't eliminate the possibility. Because you haven't
So-
eliminated the alternative possibility, you can't say that one is absolutely one or the other.
What we do know is what I've said. That is what we do know. So you're trying to tell
but
us
you
that
haven't
what we do
eliminated.
know
You haven't eliminated the
is
other
not
possibility, though.
correct. No, what you're saying is what we do know can't be correct because I can envision there might be something I don't even know what it might be that makes that different. And
Well,
that's not a plausible
in order to
argument.
confirm a conclusion, you have to eliminate alternative conclusions. Like you have to eliminate.
Well,
the
what are you trying to
possibility of other
eliminate?
things.
You don't even know what it is you're talking about.
I'm sorry.
You're trying to posit some imaginary thing that you don't even know exists and saying some unknown thing.
How did
And
you
you're
eliminate
saying
the
something
possibility of
unknown.
How did you eliminate the
usurps that
possibility of
what
a
we do
cycle?
know.
How did you eliminate the possibility of a cyclical universe? From
Well-
zero state to entropy to zero from zero state to entropy to zero state to entropy.
Well,
How did you eliminate that possibility?
Yeah, astrophysicists did that a long time ago. Because every
But
time the
still-
universe expanded, the gravity of the universe causes an expenditure of energy, and every time it accreted into a singularity and exploded again, it would have less energy every single time. And so this can't have going on infinitely. As the universe is expanding, gravity is pulling on it, slowing it down, right?
No,
Every
that's
time it
only,
explodes,
that only holds if you
that
know
happens
exactly
less
how much.
and less and less.
That only holds if you know exactly how much energy is in the initial expenditure of the zero state
No,
quantum fluctuation. So the problem is that you're assuming that it's a gradual reduction in that energy, but we
No, I'm
can't
not
demonstrate
assuming.
that because we can't demonstrate that to be true. It's a potential hypothesis, but we
No,
can't eliminate the possibility that the energy state is equal every time.
No, yeah, we can because of entropy, see? And that's why astrophysicists gave up this cyclic universe, the Big Crunch and the Big Bang theory about 50 years, 60, 70 years ago.
This isn't the big crunch. It's that the zero state is a result of complete thermal equilibrium. And then from that, those quantum fluctuations result in a new Big Bang.
But that can't be true because of what I've already told you.
No, you're simply saying that you haven't demonstrated, you haven't eliminated the possibility.
Wherever there
that
is
could be
matter
the
in
case.
motion, there is entropy. Is that not a fact? That is a
yeah,
fact.
the math and physics breaks down
Is
when
that-
you get
is
to
that
the
true?
singularities, though.
So, all I'm hearing is that something we can imagine that there might be something we don't know about that fixes this for us, and that's true because you're wrong.
No,
And
I'm
that-
not
and
saying that.
that's-
I'm not.
that's
No,
not an
this, no,
argument.
That's
Nephilim.
not the claim being made, Nephilim.
That's not the claim that's being made.
That's
I'm pointing out that you haven't eliminated that possibility yet. So you're not justified in saying that one is true over the other because you haven't eliminated the other hypotheses.
Yeah, I understand, and I've already pointed out that all you're doing is arguing for the unknown and saying there might be something that usurps physics, and this is what it is.
This wouldn't
And
usurp
that's
physics. This is
just-
a physics. This is a physics hypothesis. And
But-
because you
but-
haven't eliminated, nobody has eliminated the possibility of that. You can't simply assert that one is true just because the other one hasn't been proven false.
We
That's an
can
argument
by
from
what-
incredulity.
No, we can by what we know, and all we know. And what you're positing is something we don't know is usurp science.
No, I'm positing another of many hypotheses. There's
Right.
many
It's not
hypotheses.
known.
You have to, but it's not known if God is the
Speculation
reason
is
either.
not
That's also,
science.
but God is also speculation
No,
because you can't demonstrate it.
no, there's massive amounts of evidence for God.
You can't jump from metaphysics to physics at your whim when you're
Exactly.
making this argument.
You're not
Okay, no,
making any
but we got
argument.
to-
You're
but we got to an
positing it's
excellent
something
point.
that you can imagine might
No,
exist.
we're
but you don't
criticizing
know
your
about.
argument.
Nephilim,
It
we got to an excellent
undermines all the
point.
physics.
No, we got to an excellent point, Nephilim, because while Jack is correct, you can't just jump from metaphysics to physics, and you can't just say that the other things because they haven't been proven they're absolutely not true, and this is the answer. But you stated that there was evidence for God. I'd very much like to hear your evidence for God.
Well, there's lots of it. I mean, there's
Well, feel free.
the
Feel free.
Bible. Well, the Bible proves itself to be the inspired word of God.
Isn't that begging the question?
Man couldn't have possibly
That's
known
begging the
because
question, though, isn't it?
no. Can you allow?
How
me
does
to
it prove
speak?
that?
Can you? Are you desperate, or can you allow somebody?
No, we
to
just
speak
want you to
respectfully
stick to one topic. You're
without
jumping from
talking over them?
Nephilim.
Can
want you to
you
stick to one
asked for
topic.
evidence of God, and I tried to bring
I
some,
want you to stick to one
and you
topic.
began over talking me when I got the fourth word out of my mouth.
Nephilim, I want you to.
I just want you to be decent here. If you're going to ask somebody to argue for God, then you need to allow them to do it instead of being
Then
childish.
stick to one topic, Nephilim. You went from
Nephilim.
metaphysics to physics. Now you're invoking the Bible.
Somebody
Okay, the
asked for
Bible is
evidence
part
of God,
of your claim.
and I said there's massive amounts of evidence for it, and they said give
And I
some,
want one at
the
a time.
Bible.
I don't want to address the entire body of your work. I want to look at one at a
No,
time.
you're just trying to tell me I can't provide the evidence that I choose to provide.
No, I
Oh,
want you to
they-
provide it one at a time, Nephilim. You said
That's
the
what I'm
Bible,
doing.
so let's examine that. So,
Well, allow me to look. What you have to do is have an adult conversation here. You're not going to gain points. You don't get any brownie points for talking over somebody when they get the fourth word out of their mouth.
Nephilim, I want to move.
That shows desperation.
Nephilim,
Okay.
for the benefit of the audience, I want to move one point at a time so we don't just gish gallop and just like double.
I'm trying to say a thing, and I didn't even get the first sentence out of my mouth.
You cited
You're
the
still
Bible.
talking.
Let's stop there.
You're still talking.
How do we
over.
know? How do you know the Bible?
I was
is
trying
evidence
to
for God?
say how, but you started talking over me.
That's not what you were going to say. You were going to jump to the next point.
No, I was trying to tell you how, but you started talking over me.
Okay,
So I'll try it again. Okay?
Explain how the Bible.
I'll try it
is
again.
evidence.
When you're done talking over me, I'll try again. Okay. All right. So I mentioned the Bible, and I said the Bible proves itself to be God's inspired word because, and that's when you started talking over me, because it possesses knowledge in it that man could not possibly have known in the day in which the text was written.
Such
Scientific foreknowledge is one example of such things. The Bible tells us of things scientifically that man couldn't possibly have known. The technology to make the discovery of those things didn't exist in the days in which the texts were written.
Can you cite something?
Sure. The Bible tells us about bursting forths of water, the springs of water on the ocean floor in the great deep, the great abyss, and in the very depths of the sea.
Okay, that's
God
from Job. Okay, hang on.
the book of Job.
Hang on.
Correct.
Yeah, hang on. That's from the book of Job. Okay.
Mhm.
So your interpretation of that text is fringe by comparison to other Christians. The vast majority of Christians do
I
not
don't
interpret
care.
that. Okay,
I
hang
don't
on.
care.
Well,
I
hang
can
on,
show
Nephilim, hang on a sec. So the vast majority of Christians, roughly a little over 70%, given the latest Pew research, has basically stated that the vast majority of Christians do not agree with that interpretation of the text.
Irrelevant.
So no, well, I know it. I'm not going for an appeal.
Don't
And I'm not
to authority.
Nephilim, I'm not going to appeal. No, I'm not going to an appeal to popularity. What I'm saying is that means what that's evidence of is that there are two different interpretations of that text. So given that there are two interpretations and both sides, both groups, the 70 and the 30, they believe that they are valid. By what methodology did you determine that your interpretation was valid over the others?
By simple reading of the text, and I try to provide it, but immediately you go after this appeal to authority. I don't care that whether some Christians or other Christians would. There are Christians that would see it
Nephilim,
this way,
Nephilim.
but
I
if
did
you say there are Christians that don't see it this way, I don't really care about that. I just care about what the text
Nephilim, listen
says,
to what I'm let
and I'm
Nephilim.
happy to
Listen,
discuss what the text
Neph,
actually
listen to
says.
what I'm
Look,
asking you.
stop, JL.
Neph,
You have to stop talking over people constantly if
Neph,
you're going to
I'm
have an
not
adult
talking over
conversation.
you. I'm not,
Okay?
you're running past what I'm asking you. You're
No,
dodging the question.
you're just constantly talking over somebody.
Neph, you dodged the question.
No, I'm
Okay,
not
I
dodging
said
anything.
I'm not appealing to the authority. What I'm saying is that because there is a divergence in the interpretation, you have 70% of Christianity that does not agree with your interpretation. You have about 30% that does. This does not say that any one of them is correct, but you're
I
stating
don't
that
care about that.
but you're stating that your interpretation is correct.
Yeah,
So
I can show that. I can show
I'm
it.
asking you what your methodology is
Yeah.
for how you determined your interpretation to be the valid one over everybody else's.
And I've already answered that question. You're going in circles. I said a simple reading of the text makes it clear.
Reading of the text, just reading
So
of the text is your
let's examine
interpretation.
the passage.
No, Nephilim.
And I'll
Reading
show
the
you
text,
that it
Nephilim.
tells you exactly
Nephilim,
what I'm speaking of.
Nephilim, stop.
So I see I'm hearing desperation again.
Nephilim,
talking over somebody.
Nephilim.
Hey, calm down for a second.
Refusing to allow somebody to speak and talking.
It's not refusing to let you speak. I'm not going to let you dodge past this.
So
Nephilim,
there's nothing to dodge here.
Just simply saying you're reading it is not a methodology.
You're trying to prevent me from reading the passage and showing.
I don't need you to read the passage. I need you to
so
tell
you
me
don't
how
want me to provide the evidence.
Nephilim, you
preaching
is not going to prove the truth of the thing.
There it is. You're desperate for me not to provide the passage so that it can be discussed. That's
Nephilim,
what it is. You're
desperate.
Sorry.
You preaching the text is not going to
not preaching
prove
anything.
the truth
I just want
of the
to
text.
read the passage. You say it's not evidence.
What you need to do
and I say
is give the methodology for how you
I
eliminated the possibility that the other interpretations are correct and that yours is the correct
You've said
one.
that 4 times now.
Okay?
But here's what
you need to eliminate those
on.
stuff and confirm yours.
Here's
This is
what's
what your
going
methodology
on.
does.
You're trying
this
to
is what you don't
sideline the
understand.
argument
And
by
I'm
saying
trying. This is why I'm trying to be as cool as
okay,
possible.
JL, you know you've lost this
you
debate.
just
it's over.
Reading the text itself.
You lost.
That's what those other groups are doing.
You lost.
Okay, that's what those other groups are doing. They're reading the same text you do.
You lost.
And they are interpreting it differently.
He's not going to, at this point, he's not
going to know your
I want to know your
methodology.
Jail. You guys
he's
are
not
going to
stop
derail
talking
Nephilim.
because
he's asking, Nephilim, he's asking how your
I've heard what he's asking. He said it 5 times.
Well, then you need to address that.
I'm trying to address
give an answer
everything.
for that.
But
why
you won't
is your
stop
interpretation valid and not the other interpretation?
If you can stop talking, I'll address it.
Let's give NephilimFree 1 minute to provide his answer, and then we can move on if it doesn't work out well here.
Desperate. Okay, so what he's trying to do is sidestep the actual issue, the passage itself, and which I said that I can show evidence that it's inspired, and the evidence is this passage. One of the evidences, many, is this passage, right? He doesn't want me to bring up the passage and show it. He wants instead to philosophically argue about my methodology of interpreting the passage to avoid discussion of the passage and prevent the audience from hearing the passage.
So Nephilim,
that's what he's doing. So
absolutely read the passage.
Read the passage.
You need to listen to what they're saying. So
I've already heard what they're saying. How can I not? They won't stop talking.
Just listen.
They've said it 9 times.
Because you dodged the question. So what?
No, I didn't dodge anything.
Just listen.
I tried to pass. They're dodging. I tried to provide a passage that shows the Bible is God's inspired word, and they're trying to move away from that desperately so that I don't provide the actual evidence that I say shows it's inspired.
Please listen for a second. So what JL is saying is that
I've heard JL. I know what he's saying. How many times do you have to tell me?
NephilimFree. I think we need to move on to our next guest. NephilimFree just keeps over talking us.
You just won't allow me to provide the passage, right?
No, Taco was trying to explain to you just now, and you just rudely interrupted him, and you've been doing this quite a bit here. I think it's time to find another guest here.
Can I provide the passage so we can discuss it and see if it's evidence of God's inspired word or not?
Nephilim, we do appreciate you coming up. If you want to come back up later.
Okay, you guys are total failure.
But, yeah. Okay, Jason, I'm going to go ahead and pull you up now. And Nephilim, if you're still in the audience, man, all Jail was saying is that there's multiple interpretations of the text. You said that reading the text makes it clear, and he was pointing out that there's multiple interpretations of the text and asking you how you determine that your interpretation of the text is correct versus the people who say that the whole first few books of the Bible are the creation mythology or creation mythos, right? And you just dodged that and wanted to read the text. And that's all he was saying. All right, Jason, I'm pulling you up. Oh, hey, Jason.
There we go.
Hello,
How's
Jason.
it going? How y'all doing today?
Great. So are you presenting to us proof of a god or a goddess or multiple deities?
Yeah. Yes. First, I would like to establish what exactly is a god universally to all of us, because my version of a god is simply something that is able to control you, maybe unknowingly control you, manipulate your entire world and your worldviews. I believe that constitute a god.
So would you say that your god is omnipotent then, because it can change the entire world, has all power?
No. Omnipotence is a thing I also don't like. Am I God to an ant? Am I omnipotent? I am a god to that ant. I can control that ant's world. I can change that entire ant's situation. I can kill that ant on a whim. I can make that ant survive and thrive. I am God to that ant. Am I omnipotent? No. I'm simply more larger and more powerful in certain ways.
Okay, so your god has limited powers. It can control the world and it can control us. How can we verify that this god is real?
You can actually take a medical test. Pretty sure that people know me and where I'm about to go with all this.
I don't know.
Something that can control you and manipulate you is God to you. This is where I stand. And
okay. All right, so this is not the case for me. If somebody, when I had my my wisdom teeth extracted,
I just did that.
the anesthetist ended up having complete control over my conscious state. That felt like complete control over me. In a blink of an eye, I woke up and I had missed everything. I did not think of that anesthetist as God. So that characteristic of saying that somebody can have complete control of you is a God, I think, fails in this example.
Well, they didn't have really complete control of you. They're in a controlled environment themselves. You know, they have regulations and rules and other people watching them, so they're not in control of you completely, as you are with an ant.
If they didn't want to follow the regulations and they wanted to do something bad to me, they could have. And because I was under anesthetic, there would be nothing I could do to stop that. So I disagree with you there.
Okay, so what I'm concerned about now that you know my level, at least, something that can control you and control you and convert your world views and things like that. I present you with parasitic intestinal worms that 7 billion people have at this very moment, which they get from religion, by the way. They actually control you with chemicals to the point where they can manipulate your worldview and convince you to do things that may be unhealthy for you and things like this. Virtually making them have their own personal god.
I apologize, Jason.
Jason,
can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I only caught half of that. Can you repeat that, Jason, please?
Sorry, Jason, you mentioned that religion is giving everybody worms. Which religion is giving people worms? And then you can answer J.L. Warren's question.
Any religion that allows you to eat any type of animal product.
Okay, so this is a big failure because we eat animal products. People were eating animal products before there were even religions.
I don't think so.
How old do you think the human species is?
I mean, if you're an evolutionist, you know, millions and millions, 400 million or something like that. But if you are believing in this worldview from the religious aspect, then we've had animal product. The whole issue with religion is trying to stop people from eating animals and other people.
Okay, Jason, I got to ask you real quick, just from a biology standpoint.
Okay.
Do you happen to know what what clade or family these mind-altering worms exist to or belong in?
Yes, I'll give you 4 of the main ones that affect humans the most. It is a tapeworm, whipworm, or threadworm, or pinworm, and hookworm.
Okay, these are all intestinal parasites.
Yes,
correct?
sir. They're attached to the intestinal wall, and they secrete chemicals such as non-coagulatives, which makes you anemic. They suck the blood that is the most nutrients rich first before your body gets it, which will make you iron deficient anemic. They also inject chemicals into your bloodstream directly. If you take a shot of Jack Daniels and you put it in they call it butt chugging. We all know about this. It goes instantly into your bloodstream. It has no filters. With these chemicals that thousands of these parasites are injecting at all times, go directly into your bloodstream, into your brain, and alter your actions.
Okay, so you're saying that these parasitic worms are evidence of your God somehow.
Yes.
And
There's
you're
some
saying
kind of
that
God
religion
controlling you through
Okay.
these parasites and making a religious situation, whether it be spiritual or demonic.
And so this what religion is it that is causing us to have worms?
Like I said, any religion that allows you to eat any type of animal product.
Okay,
Whether
well,
it be
different
milk,
religions.
cheese,
So different
pig,
so
chicken,
different
whatever.
religions compete they compete with each other.
Mhm.
You're going to have to be more specific, because the problem with these different religions is that they are contradictory. This does not help to convince me that a god or a goddess is real.
I beg to differ, though. All the religions sound exactly the same.
Well, Jason,
They all have the same narrative, which is do like this or else you go to hell. And one of those things that you have to do is participate in an animal sacrifice.
Okay, so
these-
the problem
yeah.
with your argument, sorry, the problem with your argument is that you're making a claim of a consistent perspective from all religions, and that is not the case. There are many religions that do not have the concept of hell. So I would
That's
say
fine.
that
I said the ones that have animal product consumption in it.
so
That's the
I
ones
would say that you have failed to prove your case. And
Mhm.
again, animal meat consumption occurred before religions.
How do you figure that?
Language, dude. So language is a fairly recent event in history. There are
Sure.
going to be pre-linguistic or non-linguistic humans. So if you're going to attribute a religion to these non-linguistic humans, it's going to be hard to explain like how they would practice that religion and so on. Now,
Yeah, in fact, I can give you an example of a part of the human race that is living on our planet today, who have never had religion and don't even have terms in their language for gods, goddesses, deities of any sort, or any religious terms. It is the Paraha tribe. The Paraha tribe in the Amazon rainforest. And if anybody wants to look that up, just type in Paraha into Google and you will see it.
Don't they also eat humans?
That's meat, and that would qualify as
That's not
meat.
the greatest example in the world to follow it.
That would qualify would qualify as animal meat, because humans are a type of animal.
Yeah.
So Jason,
those people would often get sick as shit and have like the equivalent of mad cow disease in humans. So that's not a great example. And they also have shortest life expectancy, and they haven't invented anything.
It doesn't matter if it's a great example. It is a valid example.
Jason, if you can clarify, so I'll give you this. I find it from a biological perspective. Yes, these types of parasites which do occur in humans. I looked up the numbers from the CDC. The numbers of about 7 billion people on the planet being infected. It's a bit exaggerated from numbers
Yeah.
calculated by the CDC, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just simply saying that numbers don't really, the research I've seen doesn't really suss that out, doesn't really, agree with you. But I'm very curious, and I like the idea. It's interesting because cults, cults often use vegetarianism and veganism as a means to make people more susceptible to suggestion, suggestible to certain ideas, because a lack of protein in a diet can result, especially a lack of protein in a diet, especially when you couple it with extremely rigid routines and indoctrination and lack of sleep. When people are constantly going all the time, you can tire people out. You can deprive them of protein. This actually has a physiological response of making you more susceptible to ideology. So it's a very you can actually say it's a very limited form, a very rudimentary form of brainwashing. Well, hang on a second.
Yeah.
Well, I find it interesting that the anemic stuff, like taking nutrients from the body, putting people into which can result in people being in a susceptible state and being prone to ideologies. That's interesting. I think it's just correlation there. I don't think it's causation. But I'm an atheist. I've been an atheist for over 20 years. And I still consume animal products. And I have to have because of my lifestyle, because of the work that I do, I have to get 6 month checkups every year. So every 6 months, I get a full body checkup because of my genetics. It's because arterial ventricular sclerosis runs in my family genetically. So I'm every 6 months I have to go and meet with my cardiologist, get my blood taken, and I've never had these parasites.
Have you ever specifically
exhibited any symptoms of having them? So
yeah, they're parasites. They are very good at hiding and not letting you know that they are there. The only times you'll experience symptoms is the first time you get infected with these. A new fresh batch, you'll feel flu-like symptoms. It could be as severe as a 24-hour bug to like actually a two-week long stint.
Yeah, but when you get these parasites, you don't just get over them. They grow. No.
You can you get the first initial infection, flu-like symptoms, and then they stay inside of you for up to 30 years.
Okay, well, I've never had them, and I've never had them. They've never been in my excrement, and I've never had any symptoms.
They're microscopic. A lot of times they're microscopic, depending on
I looked at the worms themselves. All of them get up. Tapeworms can get up to like 18 feet.
Yeah, long. But the eggs. We're speaking about the eggs. The eggs. But
the eggs come out of you, but the worms themselves stay in you.
Yes,
and they get larger.
Well, you wouldn't see them in your stool.
But you would get the symptoms of having the worms in you.
You don't get the symptoms. The symptoms are like just everybody is around you. You feel like fucking tired. Everybody feels tired.
Anemia is not just feeling tired. Anemia.
Like all of the South in the United States has they're anemic from
I lived in Texas.
Pinworms.
I lived in Texas.
Yeah,
for 30
they
years.
have pinworms because it's tropic. Can I speak for a second, please?
I lived in Texas for 30 years.
Okay.
I've never had pinworms. I've never had hookworms. I've never had roundworms, and I've never had a tapeworm. So, and I've
how do you know?
For the past
How do you know?
Because I get physical checkups. Because I get physical checkups every 6 months.
Yeah, physical checkup doesn't include a parasitic worm infection.
It includes a full.
Did you take a piece of tape and stick it onto your asshole all night and then take that into the doctor?
It includes full.
Unless you've done that and you have been not tested for that.
Jason, what I want to ask you: am I an outlier? Okay. Am I an outlier? Or
no? What happened is you're a victim of a parasite. Parasites get in people or in hosts, and they don't announce themselves. They stay as discreet as possible. So that's why you don't know about them.
If they were this discreet, how do you have the actual number of 7 billion people?
That's an estimation. 7 billion people are infected with this because they know how this spreads and everything. Well, if you look at the CDC, if you look at the CDC numbers and you start investigating further and further, you'll find that the numbers they gave you was for a specific set amount of parasites. Doesn't include all the parasites or a specific region or something like that, which will narrow it down not to a drastic fucking number. Because if the CDC just said, hey, 7 billion people have parasitic worms inside of them controlling them, they might spaz out a little bit. So they have to give it to you in increments.
So
And
it's
that's what I've.
conspiracy. So it's conspiracy theory.
It's not conspiracy whatsoever. If you keep
Because there's
looking,
no
you'll find
information that backs that
you'll
up.
find numbers that keep going up and up and up. You'll find that Toxoplasma gondii affects 85 to 95% of the entire population of the
Jason,
world.
do you know how you get toxoplasmosis?
Of course I do, dude.
How do you get it?
Of course I do.
How do you get it? How is it
uncooked
how is
meat.
it transmit? Jason,
Uncooked meat.
how is toxoplasmosis transmitted?
Uncooked meat.
No.
Undercooked meat. Yes.
It's the cat's meow, man.
It
yeah,
comes
it's
from
the
cat
cats.
feces.
Yeah, sure. That's the stereotypical answer, but the actual way to get Toxoplasma gondii is undercooked meat. Look
It's
it up.
actually the correct answer.
It's actually the correct answer. You can get it from cats. Cats do get it. Yes. Which you should be very fucking weary of cats also and rats. Rats that also shit all over your animal products food constantly. They don't care about that.
I think we've heard
That's how
enough
you
from
get
this
it.
guy.
Yeah, I think
He's starting to swear a lot.
Once it descended into conspiracy, I think it's pretty much.
I don't think it is because these
Jason?
numbers are actually
Well,
provable.
you're a
So
conspiracy.
you can
Jason,
spaz out all you want to.
Jason, you're a conspiracy theorist. Of course, it wouldn't be conspiracy to you.
So I also pointed out to him earlier on that there's different religions have different views, and not all hold the idea of the concept of hell. And then he moved the goalposts. So I'm not convinced. Same with you guys.
I'm not convinced.
I don't think his
Not
definition
convinced.
of God meets the definition of the gods that we're talking about for this
Right.
discussion. Anyway, I think we had him on because he was funny to some people, probably.
That's a good point. Okay.
Okay, Ox, I see you're next up in queue. I'm inviting you up. You just go ahead and click the green box at the top of the screen. What's up, Ox?
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Ox. Are you going to try to convince us that a god, a goddess, or multiple deities exist?
I'm more on the side that God doesn't exist, but I have a very interesting theory that can challenge a perspective.
Okay.
If I were to claim that there is God, I would say human is God at infant stage. Very chaotic, very ignorant, lack of understanding, and we are ultimately growing to be God in the near future, about 1 billion year maybe.
Are you saying that you think that in the future, with science and evolution and so on, human
with many more other things, I would say, like, if I were to give a theory, it would means that every single human being, I would say the species of Homo sapien, or possible other species in the future, or our current observation we call human now, okay, is actually the primary or elementary or infant stage of God. Very chaotic, very ignorant, but ultimately with evolutions of observation and understanding of the universe around us, which we have very little of it now, we may ultimately be God. And the timeline that we are living in may jolly well be created in the future if time
Oh.
can bend itself. Yeah.
I have a question. Okay, so it sounds
Yes,
like
please.
you're assuming something like retrocausality or some kind of a loop, because what you're saying.
Let's make it more simple. My
Can I
English is
finish
really
the
not that good. Yeah.
Maybe I'm getting something wrong, but I just want to try to finish the sentence. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
I want to say a few things about what it sounds like you're saying, and you can tell me about each one of them if I'm wrong on all of them. Okay,
Sure.
so you're saying something like human beings, as their power is going to increase, are going to become God, and that definition of God that you're using, which is just like having a lot of power, I wonder if what you're talking about is if one of those powers includes having created the universe that we are already in, or
That
creating a
I do
universe.
not know.
Because if so, that would imply retrocausality or some kind of weird, like, primer movie style loop.
Like I say, we currently lack the observable knowledge to determine that. But if you represent our current observations of creation, there's a lot of guessing. But at the same time, the fabrication or assumptions of deities and God has merely been done in the direction of Homo sapien, and we assume a lot of things. And to ultimately create one that represent the actual speculation is highly probability. It's quite high actually.
So are you claiming that we will be able to create a universe in the future?
Maybe alone, maybe with the help of some divine creature that we discover in the future? We do not know.
It sounds like you're not very confident about this conjecture. It's kind of
It's
just
not about confident or not. It's being honest and not use assumption as a point of conversation.
I mean, we can hypothesize about whether or not human beings will be able to create universes in some form in the future, or other species be able to do that. But it kind
Yeah,
of gets back to the question I was asking at the beginning, which is,
Mhm.
are you making a claim about the origin of our universe?
No, I'm
Because
giving you a theory that I'm formulating.
okay, in your theory, where does our universe
Mhm.
come from?
I got no idea.
Okay, so then you're not talking about the quote unquote God of our universe. You're saying that we
Maybe,
might
maybe
become
not.
like a God in the future.
Yeah, I'm merely claiming because it's convinced us a god or goddess exists. I say there's a probability that human, as the infant or elementary stage of a probable god, we are God. And in the near future, possible millions or billions of years in the future, when we collectively have more wisdom, more knowledge, more intelligence, we will be the very God that we want to be.
Well, the problem is a bootstrapping problem, right? So
Sure.
unless you, like I said, unless you have some kind of like looping or retrocausation or some weird stuff like that where you think you can get out of this, it kind of goes back to like the trilemma, right? Because what
Mhm.
you're saying is that
Mhm.
we would be the God of our own universe, or if not, then you're not implying or saying anything about what God would exist in our universe. You're just saying that we could eventually become godlike.
Yeah, that's the theory.
Which one? Which is it?
The one ultimately possible in the billions of years will evolve to the same direction, whereas all the power that everyone have professed that God have obtained and can do, human will attain that ability, knowledge, or somehow recreate whatever the mystical assumption of what God is.
But it wouldn't change the fact that, so far as we know, there's no God in our universe pre-existing our existence.
Oh yeah, so far as you know and I know, we have not observed God yet. That's why I'm giving you a theory that we are currently at the elementary infant stage. We have not achieved the level of God. Maybe it's just like a tadpole and a frog. You call it a frog when it become a frog, you know, and it's
Right,
still a
but
tadpole. Yeah.
there's likely to be limits even to our power, even if in a billion years we're very powerful and we evolve into super AIs or something,
You do
right?
not know what happened. You do not know, and you will not know what will happen in a billion years. That's why it's a theory.
I agree. We don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fun to think about. I like thinking about the possibility of simulated universes or something, but I think it's extremely unlikely that we're in one right now, or that
Uh,
God exists.
the very mere fact that you do not know and I do not know, we are both assuming.
It's not the same thing as saying it's like 50-50 or something, though, right?
No, I
Like,
have not put a percentage on it. Yeah.
well, I can put percentages on things which we have no reason to suppose are true at less than 50%, right?
Not true. The odds and probability, if you have 5 people, one of them kill one person, the odds is 20. You know.
Like the point is that we can literally just like invent an infinite number of like it could be's, right? But like metaphysical possibility does not imply any probability whatsoever.
What
And
do
the
you
more
mean by metaphysical?
okay, there's a whole bunch of different ways people use terms like possibility, right? There's a whole
Correct.
bunch of different modal logic about it, right?
Correct.
And a lot of times people confuse one for the other. Like they'll say, well, it's possible. And they confuse
Mhm.
that with it being empirically probable, like in the real world probable. So they'll
Mm.
say, oh, that's conceivable. There's a lot of like arguments for God that do this. Well, they say, well, God is conceivable, therefore God exists, or something like that, right? And
Well, that part. I mean, I am the person that always claim. If you ask around, I'm the person that always claim and, debate me or have a conversation like what you guys are doing. I say there is no God. The mere fact that we assume that we knew, we have lost it because you look at our current timeline, 2022. We assume that we knew, but then if you take the same timeline, 500 years ago, those people that hold so dear to their knowledge and their current observation will say the same thing, that the person that died in front of them is struck by the devil, claimed by the god, or hacked by the witches, and then they
right,
will burn one poor woman on the stake because That is their current understanding and observation. And
Theist,
based on our current reality, it's the same thing. And who says that in the future we will not be more intelligent with more observation? But then that is not proof of God existence. So, like I say, it's both based on assumption.
but okay, people make this kind of a claim all the time. They'll say something like, well, people didn't believe in disease and now we believe in disease, therefore we can't be sure of any scientific thing, and there's no reason to think that one scientific hypothesis is more likely than another, because we just
So, what
don't.
is
And what
scientific
they do
endorsement?
is they try to attack the basic credibility of the idea that science can give us likelihoods or probabilities for one idea being more favored than another, right? And it just
Mhm.
doesn't work, because over that same timeline that you're talking about, there are innumerable examples of how science increasingly gives a clearer picture of longer lasting and stronger models, and that those models are being improved upon. So we don't have to suppose like scientific realism and say we have a perfect model or we're not going to discover anything new, to say that the things that we're going to discover in the future are likely going to agree with most of the things that we think now. Even if we're going to be wrong about some things, we're getting closer to and approaching better models. So saying just, well, we didn't believe something a long time ago, doesn't give you like a hand wave to whatever probabilities we would ascribe to our hypotheses.
Okay. May I reply to you so that I do not interrupt you?
Yeah, go ahead.
We are exercising the same scientific approach, but our approach may be slightly different. Uh, my scientific approach has always been the endorsement of the lesser wrong. So, what's the endorsement of the lesser wrong? The endorsement of the lesser wrong is based on our human collective current understanding of the world around us, based on our collective observation, our current intelligent level. Okay, we combine all this together and we collectively endorse something that we agree upon that is the least wrong version of our current understanding. And based on that, it's open for challenge when someone therefore bring forth things that is less wrong than the current observation, we endorse it. That is science. Science is not absolute. Science is a constant movement of calibration. We constantly calibrate with new observation and with new understanding. That's science to me. I'm not sure, is it the same as yours?
I don't think you said anything we disagree about. What I was
Yeah.
disagreeing with was that your prior statement seemed to
Mhm.
imply that if there were things in the past that we changed our mind
Mhm.
about, that we just like can't assign probabilities to the likelihood of certain hypotheses in the future, because just
Oh,
anything is possible. That's what
when
it
I
sounds
bring
like.
when I bring back the history, I'm merely representing uh, the common uh, delusion that human have, that currently we hold the most right version, but instead of being the most right, we are the least wrong. So the 500 years witch hunt example is merely showing that with the same comparison of peril, we currently also assume that we are the most right, but we actually the least wrong. You know what I
I mean,
mean?
I agree with you, and I think a lot of scientific language is that way. It's the same with teleonomy versus teleology in biology, right? Like biologists will say,
Mhm.
nature designed the ant. They don't literally mean it designed it. In the same way that, we don't verify things in science, we falsify things in science, right? But the common usages of the words are just because it's more intuitive to say things kind of in a positive form than in a negative form, even though I agree with what you're saying.
So
We are
which part of
less
the
wrong.
lesser wrong, which part of the less wrong that you want to counter me based on the possible theory that in the future human may be God? Can
What
you
I'm saying
represent a
is
less wrong version of my claim?
what I'm saying is that regardless of what powers we may come to hold in the future, and like
Mhm.
we could talk about the power to simulate a universe, for instance. Um,
Mhm.
and I've done some research into that. I've met some of the people who postulate that, like Nick Bostrom and Max Tegmark and people like that, right?
I do not know all those people. Yeah.
Okay, they're known for what's called the simulation hypothesis, which is the
Okay.
idea that we could simulate a universe. And they think it's somewhat likelier that we would simulate universes in the future. Therefore, we are in one of those simulations than not. And I think there's some
My
truth.
theory is not that. It got nothing to do with simulation. Yeah.
Okay. Well, when you
Okay.
say that you think that we'll be like gods, like it's helpful to make sure we're not wasting our time. Not that it's not
Yeah,
interesting.
sure.
To just come back to how does this relate to a God claim? So when you're saying that humans will become gods in the future because their powers are increasing,
Knowledge, intelligent.
when I asked you, does that power include the power to create a universe? Because
I give you my answer. At the moment, I do not know.
okay, well, if you don't know to the extent that you just aren't going to make any claim that it will, then we're not really talking about a
Wait,
creator.
are you trying to specifically tell me that your definition of God is one that can create universe and nothing beyond that and nothing below that? Is that your pinnacle point or standard of being addressed as a God? If that's
It's
so, then you have merely represent a one-sided God based on your version of it. So you have endorsed a God that is almighty. Contrary to your conversation of God existence, you yourself is trying to prove that your God can create the universe, which in my line, I do not know what the God can do at the moment.
but that makes your definition very vague. I'm not saying that I
It's
believe
not
in a
about
God.
being
What I'm
very
saying
big.
is that most
It's being
people,
very realistic.
what I'm saying is that most people, when they posit a God, they give it some specific properties, and you're declining to do that because you don't know, right?
Wait. I mean, are you telling me that you know?
No, I'm
Then
I'm
if you
talking
do
about
not know, why are you
Fox.
defying
Try not to interrupt me.
definition? Okay,
Let
go
me
on.
finish.
Go
Okay.
on. Go on.
We're just trying to be charitable and try to understand your claim, let alone argue about it, right?
I do
So
think we should probably move on to the next person pretty soon. So
Yeah.
maybe we should try to wrap this up because I agree with you. It sounds like there's a lot of vagueness. There's some assumptions being made, but there's nothing really specific that I find convincing.
Okay, can I have, let me
I want
know?
to
Yeah,
finish my sentence off.
okay,
because
then let me do the
I was
closing before you
trying
go.
to
Yeah, go on.
Okay, I was just trying to address why we're probably not getting anywhere yet. And that is that if you're not going to make any specific claims and you're just leaving it open-ended to say humans are going to have sort of like unknowable powers in the future, and it could be anything, right? And ask you any specific questions about any of the powers that people usually attribute to what they call God, and you say, well, that's just your definition of God. I'm not arguing for that definition of God. Then it's kind of like the worm guy, right? Because the worm guy is saying, worms are God, and you're saying, unknowably powerful people in the future are what I would call God. And that's fine, and it's fun to speculate about. I mean, I love this kind of speculation. But I don't think, unless you're going to make any specific claim about what those powers are, that we have much more to talk about other than to say that, yeah, it's possible that humans could have unknowable powers in the future. That's about all there is to say.
Okay, may I close this so that I can open the floor for other people? Okay, I do not want to hog the floor also. Okay, it's very simple. Okay, if we were to argue or discover the information together, we cannot argue based on pre-assumption. If you are here just to counter that human is not God, you have not presented any counter to my so-far claim. In fact, it sounds like you are arguing in the direction that you knew what is God because you already predetermined God's ability by setting a perimeter that God created the universe, which in my ends, I believe that our current intellectual level as a collective is not powerful enough to understand beyond what we knew. Same goes for what people 500 years ago can only merely understand that if a person is saved by a piece of leaf, that is called witchcraft, which now we know is called herbs. You know, and based on our limited understanding, it's not a point to reference to argue against what we do not know. I'm not claiming any supernatural metaphysical direction of God or so forth. So it's merely a very simple theory that can be established based on our current observation. And to beyond that, if you're going to argue based on assumption or pre-perimeter that you yourself is not sure, I don't see the direction moving anyway. So thank you.
Thank you, Ox.
Have a nice day, gentlemen.
Hey, easy, man. Thanks for coming up. All right.
Okay, we've got other people in the audience who are wanting to raise some challenges for us.
Yeah, so Socrates Son, I'm inviting you up right now. He sent me a pim. He's an atheist, but he thinks he has a coherent argument for God. So let's hear it out.
Hello, Socrates Son. Welcome.
Hello, sir. Well, nice to meeting you. Yes, first of all, the gentleman before, the popular definition of God is the initial essence, the necessary being that originated everything. So if humans in the future doesn't meet this definition, there is no point of arguing. So the hardest argument I've heard about the existence of God that might imply a God is consciousness being the fundamental reality. In other words, being at the center of reality. And I'm referring to the hard problem of consciousness, the Kalia part, our sense of experience and self-aware. I don't know if you know the example of Mary
Mary's
about
room.
this
Yeah, I know it.
issue. Yeah, that is the most convincing argument I've heard
It's
that might imply the existence of God.
it's so
The hard
convincing, though,
problem.
Socrates. It's so convincing that the person who posited it, Frank Jackson, is a
Yeah.
physicalist who thinks his own
Oh, really?
argument is wrong. And there's a great interview on Friction that Destroyer did, where they go into depth. But there's a myriad of responses to Mary's room and
Yeah.
other like so-called hard problem of consciousness supporting arguments.
Oh,
And the one that he gives is very simple, right? He says, look, the things that Mary learns are about the aboutness is about a physical phenomena, right? Like the wavelengths of light is what we mean when we are saying color. So we could have like a bajillion different words for color. We can talk about the
yeah.
cultural construction of color, but ultimately color is parasitic on the notion of wavelengths of light, right? So
Oh,
regardless of what Mary calls it, learning about the wavelengths of light is learning about the thing that Mary experiences. And it's just kind of like a linguistic um, artifact that we attribute different things depending on which words and what connotations we attribute to those words, even if they just terminate in some physical fact like wavelengths of light.
oh, I see. Yes, yes.
It's kind of a language
Yeah.
confusion, right? A lot of
Yeah.
the talk about qualia has to do with the way that words work in languages, so that it seems to privilege certain ways of wanting to explain things. But there's a bunch of other answers to this. That's the one that Jackson found satisfying.
Oh, I see. What I've heard is that because in the neurons, okay, scientists cannot find, this kind of function of experience in our brain neurons, and they have this. Although they have all these kind of theories how the brain works, they cannot locate, this experience, essence. And anyway, so this is what I wanted to give out there. This is the only thing that makes me think about whether consciousness is at the center of reality. Okay, that's the only thing I wanted to
Sure.
put out there.
Okay, so
The-
yeah, so it's a very popular question,
Yeah.
and people are very divided on it. I think it's worth noting that Chalmers himself, since he originally posited the so-called hard problem of consciousness, mostly talks now about the meta problem of consciousness because
Oh,
he can't dismiss the critics, right? He has to talk about why it is that a whole bunch of people disagree with him. And the meta problem, as he poses it now, is the problem of why are people so divided on the so-called hard problem, right? So a lot of people, namely
yeah.
physicalists,
Yeah.
don't find the hard problem of consciousness to be coherent or hard or any number of things that it's claimed to be. Daniel Dennett and a lot of other physicalists among them have a bunch of reasons why they think the hard problem of consciousness is kind of a misdirect, like a stage magician who tells you that they're doing like one magic
Oh,
trick while doing 7 different magic tricks. So you could be convinced that you can't solve the magic trick. There was a real trick called the Tune deck that did this, but you could already know like the 7 tricks that it's composed of. But if they tell you it's something special, like the hard problem, you're never going to be satisfied that you know the hard problem because they made a name for it, right? But you could know
yeah.
how the neocortex works, and you could know how cortical columns fire, and you could know how neural networks are able to code
Yeah.
for experiences and memories and perceptions and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But you would still think, well, we just don't know the hard problem, right? That's one of the main responses that Dennett brings, basically. And
Daniel Dennett, yes.
yeah.
Yes.
So
Maybe the complexity, maybe the complexity is so vast that gives the illusion of, our neurosystem, the complexity in our neurons is so vast that maybe gives this illusion. I don't know. But in any case, I will study further this subject. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, so we have a special guest in the audience, Mr. Batman himself. I'm going to go ahead and invite you up.
I've spoken with him before.
As have I.
Hello, Mr. Batman. Thank you for joining us. Are you going to provide for us, are you going to convince us that a god or a goddess or multiple deities are real?
Well, sir, I cannot convince you of something of which you already know. You know that you are a contingent being. Only thing I can do is point out the facts that you try and twist to suit your own particular philosophical desires.
Okay, now, you didn't answer my question. I asked you.
You did, sir.
No, you didn't.
I'm going to answer your question even further.
Is it a god or a goddess or multiple deities? No. Mr. Batman. Mr. Batman. Is it a god or a goddess or multiple deities you're going to try to convince us of?
There's only one God, sir, and you already know this God. How does time, space, and matter get here, sir?
That seemed like a really dishonest kind of like start. Like you're automatically assuming that as an atheist, like any atheist up here is lying. So you have to demonstrate how you know us to be lying first, because you're basically saying,
"Oh, that's easy. The Bible says so."
Well, so the Bible, so it says it in a book, so therefore I'm lying?
No, sir. God says it, therefore you're lying.
Okay, so you're
because
you're
you
begging
look
to
at
question
the
the truth
evidence
of the
all
Bible.
around you, and you understand that everything works under the law of cause and effect. You, sir, are an effect.
How do you know that?
I am an effect. All time, space, and matter is an effect. Every effect must have an adequate cause. What would be the adequate cause of time, space, matter, and life?
Now, I think you're butchering the Kalam cosmological argument, because the Kalam cosmological argument does not say that everything has a cause. It just talks about things that began to exist have a cause, so it has a limited scope. Do you want to clarify?
Sir, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That everything that has a beginning, that you are contingent, and because you have a beginning, I have a beginning, time, space, and matter has a beginning, everything in the physical world is called an effect because it all has a beginning. What would be the adequate cause of time, space, matter, laws of logic, and life?
Okay, so right off the bat here, you have failed to convince us, or convince me anyway, because I'm not convinced that everything in the cosmos necessarily has a cause. We observe that this is the case with pretty much everything in our life here, but we have not explored the entire cosmos yet, so we don't actually know this for certain. So I'm left unconvinced at this point.
Well, your convincing is irrelevant to me at this point, sir.
Then why are you here? Okay, then why are you here? Why are you here? If Mr. Batman, you stop right now. You can stop there. You can stop there, Mr. Batman. Somebody kick him off, please.
That poof.
Let's kick this guy off.
Whatever it is, comes from nothing.
Mr. Batman.
Okay.
Yeah, I even forgot what I was going to argue back to him. Okay, so... Oh yeah, he said it doesn't matter to us whether we're convinced. In that case, why is he even here? If he doesn't care to convince us, it doesn't matter. He has no point being on this stream. Since that's the topic here.
Yeah, so, I mean, I just feel like he tried to run you over there rather than listen to a response. And
well, it's wild because he just walks in and makes assertions about the mental states of people that are not himself and justifies those assertions on what it says in a particular book. So I was just curious as to how he determined this thing. He was like, oh, because the book says it. So
yeah,
begging the question out the gate.
And when he said that we all know that there's a God, that reminds me of something Dr. Jordan B. Peterson said one time about atheists are all Christians, but we just don't know it, which is obviously false as well.
No, it's the part I usually like addressing because there's 3 instances in Corinthians 1 and 2 alone that counter that claim. So usually it's hand-waved with like, oh, it means something different in translation. But yeah, you can never really hold people that take that claim as everyone knows it's God, and furthermore everyone knows it's Christian God, when in fact like the same source and the same author is saying in a completely different letter to another group of people, they're like, no, not everybody knows that. So
I have to apologize. My volume level was too high. I think I fixed it now. Someone in the YouTube audience told me that. Okay, somebody else is ready to talk with us.
I see. Ofoo. I'm pulling you up right now.
I think I saw a different name earlier, but that's okay. This is the only one. Hello, Ofoo. Welcome. And are you prepared to convince us that a god, a goddess, or multiple deities exist?
Oh, well, first of all, I'm atheist, but I have a question for you. I'm interested to know your answer.
Okay.
Why do you think the Abrahamic God used humans to deliver his message? Why didn't he just create out of this perception that he exists,
Well, to me, it looks like it's a book that was written by humans, so that's who they would have to relate to. The people writing it, I'm going to guess, had this idea that they're at the center of all of reality. I'm not sure. What about you guys? Do you have some other perspectives on this?
There's
Well,
difficulty.
maybe someone from the audience has an answer or something.
Well, granting the possibility of this thing, let's just say that it exists, like this omniscient, perfect being existed, right? So when you think about that, when you ask the question like, why would the Abrahamic God use humans to spread its message? Omnisciently knowing that humans are terrible at such things, that our interpretations of things are wildly varied, subjective nature of humanity, that a perfect being created imperfect beings, which a perfect being that can do everything perfectly by definition would then turn around and created imperfect beings that could disseminate his word, that word in like the myriad ways, resulting in all these denominations, how we could get everything so hopelessly wrong. It's really, really weird. That's what essentially what you run into. So it either speaks to the nature of the being, that the being itself does not possess these attributes, that it is not all knowing, that is essentially, if it did create everything, it was sufficiently powerful enough. And because of the state of things, if this being exists, it just walks it back to deism, to a generic, sufficiently powerful enough entity that kicked the football on the universe and then fucked off with no evidence of its existence. That's pretty much it. That's all it could work with. And you can reason yourself to that, but once you start saying, oh, well, it's all perfect and it's all truth telling and it does all these things and has all these really, really fantastic giant attributes, like the greatest attributes that human beings can think of, well, that's when it becomes problematic. Because what would to paraphrase what Richard Dawkins was saying, is that the universe that we observe does not comport with the claims about this entity. So I think the observation that you're making, Ofoo, is that the only response to that is to literally pushes it back to deism. And I think Jack would be more qualified. Or we jump to Jack because Jack himself is a deist.
I think we could also talk about the reasons theologically why the view is that way, other than just like the naturalist theory that it was humans that wrote it. But go ahead, Jack.
Oh, no. Well, as far as the Abrahamic God goes, sorry, I was kind of responding to DMs. What's the question posited?
Okay, so Ofoo asked, why is it, and Ofoo's an atheist. Ofoo wants to hear maybe from theists like why they think this. Why is it that an Abrahamic God has to communicate through people and books written by people rather than using his omnipotent power to impart the knowledge directly?
Well, the argument answer to that from some believers of the Abrahamic God would be like he's written it on all our hearts. That would be their one of their explanations. Just say it's a non-issue. The God of the Bible has written the truth on all our hearts, and You'll get this from the precepts. We're all just, denying it in our unrighteousness.
Yeah.
But you're going to run into complications with scripture seeming to either contradict or be, not reconciling that fact with other scripture.
Yeah.
So
I'd
that's
give a sort of a pragmatic reason. A lot of theological weird clauses and strange kind of facets stem from a theological sort of hole plugging necessity. So when you have the entailments of one belief, they can pose problems for another belief. And so that's why we get all these historical councils and debates of, Arianism and the Council of Nicaea and so on, where they realize that people are bringing up objections to where one article of faith contradicts another, and then they have to just come up with some way of quashing the beef, basically. So most of the theists that you talk to, from the Christian camp at least, who believe in the Abrahamic God, hold a lot of the beliefs that they do because they fit together to try to support the idea of sin, right? So, for instance, if it were the case that God could or did impart, because they won't say he couldn't, right? They'll just say he chose not to. They'll say he chose not to because, and the because the wonderful things he does is it's because we have to have a choice and because we have to have free will. And why is that important? Well, because otherwise God would be punishing people for God's choice, not the people's choice. So the whole concept of a theological framework of sin and punishment to threaten people with the consequences of their actions is that God has to essentially refuse to intervene in certain ways so that he can then blame his creations for failing in ways that he allowed them to fail. And this gets into stuff like theodicy and the problem of evil and how do theists justify this whole arrangement. And depending on which camp you talk to, Calvinists who hold to like double predestination or so on, they all have different answers to this because it's a very thorny problem. And essentially Euthyphro and the various sort of desperate attempts to provide a theodicy, in other words, an answer to the question of, why does God permit evil and how can God be the source of good and so on. These problems necessitate a certain kind of theology that they can not all agree is the same one, but they all try to come up with a different way of making these different things fit.
You think even if there was a God, he's the same one that was mentioned in Abrahamic religions? Like, is he intelligent enough to run the world, the universe?
Well, if we're gonna in general terms, yeah, all the Abrahamic religions are worshiping towards the same referent, the same God. But if you're gonna actually get into rule of identity and you're gonna actually start breaking apart dogma, you're gonna have to accept the fact that no, they're not worshiping the same thing because the God the Jews are worshiping did not have a son who was crucified.
Now this
The God of the Muslims, didn't have the same problem. The Christians don't believe that Muhammad is the final prophet that God spoke to personally. So we're running into actual contradictions there. So they can't be all worshiping the right way, but if we're going to be charitable, we can grant that sure they're all worshiping the same God.
Now, I think Ofoo raises a very interesting question about, is the God intelligent enough to run the whole universe? And if we look at intelligence as being represented by knowledge, then the answer would easily, obviously, be yes, because for an omniscient God, and one that's also all-powerful, but they have actual capability to do it as well. But if we're just talking intelligence as in how to apply and process the knowledge that they have, then that one. I've never heard of anybody claiming that the omnipotent and omniscient God is the ultimate in intelligence. So they're not the most intelligent. So I that seems to be kind of a murky point that Ofoo has raised in all of this. So thank you for that. That's actually quite an interesting point, I think.
Yeah, well, for me, from my background, one of the reasons why I left Islam, because the God of Islam at least, is so obsessed with how women dress and how you do this, how to not masturbate or watch porn or whatever, like so many stupid stuff, and leaving all the big issues, the complicated issues, and actually the God of Islam, against philosophy, because eventually it would lead you to atheism or.
Yeah, these are pretty trivial concerns he seems to have, considering the size of the galaxy, or even the universe, or the whole cosmos.
Yeah, exactly.
It'd be an extreme example of micromanagement. And I see somebody else has their hand up, unless you had any more questions for us, Ofoo.
Well, that's it, but if there was anyone from the audience has an answer, I'd be interested.
That sounds great. Thank you for joining us. And did you want to just maybe say that question one more time in case someone in the audience does want to answer it?
So I have two questions. I think the first one, why the God of Abrahamic religions use humans to deliver his existence, let's say. The second one, do you think that if there was a God, it would be the God of Abrahamic religions? And why? That's it.
Thank you very much.
We do appreciate you coming up. Miril, you've been sitting there very patiently for a little while now.
Hello, Miril. Yours is the name I saw earlier.
Oh.
Oops. Well, just in case Miril's coming back, I'm going to ask Miril, are you here to convince us that a god or a goddess or multiple deities exist?
I'm an atheist. I'm more interested in, how theists display cognitive dissonance, and compartmentalization, especially when they're, trying to, join the dots of how all these God claims, even though they don't comport with the reality, yet they have to accept it because they have to cope with their own infallibility and death, and their strong desire for, mystical justice. What's your opinion on that? Do you think it's these aspects what drives their strong belief in these deities? Hello?
Are you asking us why we think theists believe?
Yeah. You think it's for, belief in the metaphysical justice and coping with their.
I mean, it's as varied as there are theists, right? Because they all believe slightly different things. I was struck by this. Someone was telling me that their partner is a theist, but they're talking about is it ethical to raise their kids going to church with mom basically, and they said but whenever I ask my wife well, what did you tell them about heaven and hell, because they don't seem to know about it, and she says, oh well, like I don't want to expose them to bad stuff like that, right? A lot of there's a lot of people who are theists who are just dipping into it for the parts that they like, the parts that they think that are helpful, and whenever you get to something that's really kooky or nasty, then they just kind of bow out of that part. They cherry pick whatever they like out of religion. So that's why there's so many different kinds of religious beliefs. Basically, is that everyone just picks and chooses what they like or don't like from it.
Yeah, I get it.
And there can be different motivations too. Some people are motivated by fear because they've been taught that they will be tortured if they don't follow it. Other people are convinced by something like Pascal's wager, which is also a bit of a fear-based approach. And others, they're addicted to hope. Like they want, they kind of overdo it, I think, and they hope for a lot more than what's realistic, and they find that they can get comfort from that belief. And then there's all kinds of other reasons, I'm sure.
One of the worst ones that I've observed is power and control. Because at the very, very beginning, when you start out, the central message, the central idea, especially within Christianity, is that an individual is born broken, that you are fundamentally flawed in an irreparable way, unless you appeal to a particular external entity in order to fix you. It ostensibly, you were created by this magnificent creator that made you broken, and then in order to be fixed, you have to beg that thing for forgiveness. And so when you tell children this, when you indoctrinate them,
God did not make us broken. It's Adam and Eve, like
Miril.
who Apple.
But no. So what I'm referring to in this is that God has the ability to make us not broken, and chooses not to do so. God had the ability to make Adam and Eve not susceptible to being manipulated by the snake. So God, in all of his all-knowing, all-powerful nature, knew that these things were going to take place, which means they fall within the purview of God's control. So that means God allowed these things to happen. So then we look at the long side of it. So God apparently needs like blood rituals to forgive people. Well, if we're forgiven, why do we constantly have to be re-forgiven? Why do babies have to be baptized? So the whole concept of original sin is that we're all born broken, that we are fundamentally flawed right out the gate. Well, when you tell someone right at the gate that they're broken, and then they have to come to you as like if they're a priest or they're your parents, it reinforces the authority. The authority knows something about you and understands something fundamentally about you, and you have to appeal to them in order to understand how to get fixed. And when you have all of this coming from a religion, then the religion can bring people in, because people don't want to be broken. They don't want to be thought of in this respect. They look at themselves and they have a fundamentally negative image of themselves because they believe that they're broken, because they were taught this from a very young age. So then they go to church, they go through the ritual, then they go to the church, they go to the ritual, they do whatever they can to not be broken anymore. But you see, it reinforces the necessity, the need, or the belief in the need of this relationship with this external entity that can't even be demonstrated. So it's kind of like, this thing that I can't demonstrate made you in a particular way that you now have to ask forgiveness for, even though it falls within the purview of this being to make it so that you don't have to ask forgiveness. So it's completely unnecessary. But when you do this to children, this is the reinforcing the control over people to ensure you keep having people within the faith. And if you want to get really cynical, if you want to get kind of like, well, the more people you have in the faith, the more money comes into the faith. And the more money coming into the faith, the more influence the faith can have, a la the Mormon Church and all of their buildup, or the Catholic Church and all the money it has bankrolled. So you get very, very powerful institutions. It's no different than a corporation. Only it's, instead of just an item the corporation is selling you, the religion is selling you eternal life. They're still selling you a thing, but the way they sell it to you is they convince you that you need it, or that you won't have it, that you need this thing really, really bad, and that we're the only ones that can sell it to you. But it turns out, when you look at it, because they started indoctrinating from the very beginning, it's like cutting someone with a knife, making them forgive you, or asking them for, and then making them ask for forgiveness for being cut, and then selling them a Band-Aid.
Yeah, I know. And the level of cognitive dissonance is appalling, especially, I know you talk to Mr. Batman and other theists. Like, they don't want to actually believe that atheists can be reasonable.
I mean, it's
Like,
like
they believe
Batman.
we're just NPCs for them.
So, like, Batman asked a question about where did the laws of logic come from? That is a misinterpretation of the laws of logic. He has a question about space, time, matter. I mean, energy would have to exist for that. You could just say energy to that, right? I mean, you're right. It's just almost like an appeal to incredulity.
And I'd just like to add to that, very often these questions are asked, they're actually in the realm of physics and other disciplines of science. And it's funny that there's this assumption that atheists must all have answers to science questions. That's not the case. The best thing to do is consult with an actual scientist who understands this stuff, because you can get a much higher quality answer that way. Just because we don't have an answer doesn't automatically mean that their default is the correct one.
Right.
Did we answer the question satisfactorily, Meryl?
Yeah, okay.
Cool.
I think people are
Let's
more
see
people
if we can get.
Thank you for coming on, Miril.
Let's see if we can get someone who
Can
believes
I
in
get
God.
back on the audience?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll move you back.
There's 3 people in the audience.
So I see 3 hands raised. Are any of you 3 theists by chance? Can you say something in the text chat? We'd like to have a theist up. It's been like 6 atheists in a row.
Has it been that many? Yeah, it's because the atheists calling in are not trying to convince us, and so it is a bit off topic.
There's a guy named Virgin INCEL Nationalist Commie who says at least one of us has him blocked.
Let's bring them in.
Okay. And Tree, I saw you say that in chat. Go ahead and let me see. Go ahead and put your hand up, and we'll pull you up next to.
So I'll say hello, Virgin Incel Nationalist Commie. Thank you for joining us. Are you going to try to convince us that a god or a goddess or multiple deities exist?
Actually, I just wanted to clear up some of the things about the original sin. Because, I don't know, that kind of struck a nerve.
Good. Feel free. Go ahead.
So could you, like, kind of restate your point why it's, like, equivalent to, like, cutting someone with a knife and then asking them for forgiveness and selling them a Band-Aid?
Right. So the logical entailments of the properties of God as God is defined by Christians, there's nothing that doesn't fall within God's purview of knowledge and purview of control. So God doesn't just like, according to Christians, going by the Christian worldview, God didn't just like spin the top and let the top go off and do whatever it wanted. God had full control over the garden. God had full control over the creation of Adam and Eve. God had full control over the creation of the serpent. God was fully aware, omnisciently, that the serpent would manipulate Adam and Eve. God created Adam and Eve to be manipulated. It didn't make them in a state where they could not be manipulated, but God knew that the serpent would manipulate them, and it knew the outcome of that manipulation, that eventually God would cast them out, and so on and so forth. So all of this falls within the purview of God. It's a logical entailment of giving these properties to God. So when you have the ability, and of course, if you want to tack in like all loving, when you have the ability to do something and you choose not to do it, and that inaction is directly contradictory to like your all loving nature, then we have problems. So what I'm bringing up is that if an all-loving, all-powerful, all-knowing entity would have the ability to teach a lesson or provide understanding in such a way that it would not require any form of pain, suffering, or death or threat, because that would behoove that entity that you created something as a father. You create something, you don't want it to, you don't want it to hurt. If it loves us, that's what love is by definition. And so you don't want these things to happen. So if you have the ability to teach a lesson, which is ostensibly a lot of Christians argue for, is that God is teaching human beings a lesson, or but if you can teach that lesson and you have the power to do so, and you can do it without utilizing death or unnecessary suffering, then you would do that. It comports with omnibenevolence, or the all-loving property. But this is not what apparently occurred. So what the church does is, if you boil it down to its bare essentials, the message is that you are affected by original sin, that original sin was a thing that took place, and all human beings are affected by it, that Christ died, resurrected as an atonement for those sins, kind of like this blood magic sacrifice for those sins. But then again, that's unnecessary, because God could have simply done that, could have willed that in its all power, wouldn't have needed to sacrifice to put through pain and suffering. And so, but it did anyway. So we'll just grant that that's what happened. And then, of course, now you have to ask for forgiveness for your sins. Like, I'm told by theists all the time that I need to ask for forgiveness. I need to seek redemption. Why do I have to be redeemed for an act I've never committed? Or why do I need to be redeemed for acts that were not mine? So the original sin travels from generation to generation, down person to person to person, and just infects us all. Because of that notion, what that tells children is that they are fundamentally flawed in a way that they cannot fix. It forces them to look towards an external source by telling them the only way to fix this fundamental flaw in you is by appealing to the forgiveness of this external source, by sublimating yourself to this external source. You see how that creates the vicious cycle. Then kids grow up in this, they believe this thing, they impart it to their children, and then the cycle begins again, over and over and over. And it literally falls within the bite, it literally falls within the bite model, Stephen Hassan's bite model, that you have behavioral control, thought control, information control, and emotional control. This is what cults do.
Okay, so you're not like, when they say like ask for forgiveness, they're not saying ask for forgiveness for Adam and Eve eating the apple. They're saying ask for forgiveness for what you've done here on earth.
Well, okay, but the way we're raised is, even as a child, we ask for forgiveness.
That's because even as a child, you're committing sinful acts.
Okay, well, so as a 5-year-old, like I can commit sinful acts as a 5-year-old?
Yes.
Explain to me how a 5-year-old is aware of what, the impact of sin, just right out the gate.
You don't have to be aware of the impact. You don't have to be able to look at something and say, oh, this is a moral choice or not. But like, when, I don't know, someone like steals a toy, like when they're 5, that's still a sinful act, even if they don't think there's something inherently wrong with it, or they can't comprehend that there's something inherently wrong with it.
Well, you see, that's problematic, because you're saying it's sinful. Well, if there's no God, then there's no sin. It's just an incorrect, or it's a wrong act. It's an immoral act, if you want to go that far.
So are you trying to discuss morality within the Christian religion, or are you discussing morality as a whole and saying that it's immoral based on the fact that Christianity is not correct?
Well, that's two separate things. So morality in and of itself. Okay, so when you call it sinful, that's problematic, because when you say that a thing is a sin, that directly implies that there is a God. So saying something, when you tell a child that an action is sinful, you're indirectly telling them that God exists, because God is the only one who can declare what sin is. That's problematic, because you're already asserting that a thing exists and you haven't demonstrated or justified the existence of that thing. You're simply saying this thing exists, that's a tautology, and this thing is declared this to be a sin, and you need to follow that. Whereas I can take a child, I can go to my child and I can say, I don't have kids, but I can go to a child and say, what you did was wrong because it made someone else feel bad. That is, now it's completely subjective, but morality is subjective. There is no objective morality. Morality is either subjective to God or subjective to us. Just because God's the biggest, baddest thing on the block doesn't make morality objective. It just means it's the big enforcer of what it determines to be moral and immoral. And we've seen that God can change his mind. Obviously, he changed his mind with slavery. Slavery there used to be rules for it. It used to be a condoned act. Now it is not condoned. We don't condone. So we can see that change.
God never didn't condone slavery. It's a thing. I mean, I can't really say. I'm gonna try to speak for the people who are Christian and like don't condone it, but I can't really. But basically, it's that humans can't be trusted with an institution like slavery. Like in the Hebrew world, they did it correctly, but you see like American chattel slavery, like that's not how it was supposed to be implemented, and so it's just better that the whole practice is gone because we do stuff like that.
Yeah, and apparently deities can't be trusted with slavery either. If you take a look at how it's prescribed in religious texts, it's pretty horrible the way they treat people.
Right.
I mean, what makes it horrible?
So, going back to before we go on to that trail, I was just using that as an example. We don't need to jump off on that one just yet.
Yeah.
But going back to the original thing, so as far as sin goes, who brought sin into the world?
People.
Adam and Eve, correct? That's where sin began, was with the first. Okay, so we are asking forgiveness for what Adam ostensibly did.
Well, so
it began in the garden with Eve's transgression, the convincing of Adam to be transgressed. This falls within the purview of God. That's when sin entered the world. When human beings first turned against, first disobeyed God in this respect, or failed to comply. and then that sin has permeated humanity throughout. So
I don't think that the original sin is what causes other people to sin, because I mean it,
well, I mean,
it
if you
was
go by the doctrine
that
of
there's
if you
no
go by the
sin.
doctrine of depravity, I mean,
Sorry, I didn't. What did you say?
if you go by the doctrine of depravity, it does, that we are all depraved because of original sin. But that, like I said, that's that's a different way of looking at it. That's another interpretation. Calvinists
Well,
typically look at it that
wouldn't
way.
it be implied that like Adam and Eve were inherently also depraved because they fell to the temptation?
Yeah, but then you have to look into why why a perfect being that does everything perfectly and knows everything perfectly could create an imperfect creation. Why would this being do it this way? If it can create an imperfect creation, knowing what it knows, why would it set us up for the failure? See,
Okay,
that's why it becomes problematic. And
do
so so instead of trying to go down those, you simply look at what we have to work with. Because when we're jumping into this, we're jumping into all kinds of assumptions about God's nature, about the state, the state of what Adam and Eve were in, the state of the garden, what the logical entailments of God's properties are. Instead, we just look at what's going on right now and how these things are justified. What does the church do to bring in new members? What do those new members do? What does it teach them? What does it tell them to? What behaviors does it control? What thoughts does it control? What information does it control? And what emotions does it control? And then how does this, and the way religions survive is that they spread. Well, how do they spread? Well, they indoctrinate from youth, because that's when you're most susceptible to new ideas. So you get them while they're young, like this, like the tobacco companies, and you just keep. And then children who smoke grow up to adult smokers. They have kids. As kids around smoke, and then that's how it works. And so you indoctrinate the children when they're young, and then they come into the church. They grow up. They have kids. They do the exact same thing because they haven't asked particular questions or looked at it. Like, how do we justify these things? And the logical entailments of it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so before I go on to the other point, the control element, I just wanted to the original church, it didn't have a control element. It had no control over the people. And
Didn't it tell them what to eat?
when I say control element, I mean general control over the population, no
but that's
getting.
a behavior, but dictating what people can and cannot eat, that's a behavioral control.
I don't. Okay, I should phrase this better. I'm sorry, but
no problem. Go ahead.
Yes, they controlled your actions, but they didn't have an overarching gain from controlling those actions. They controlled the actions of a few people against the will of the Roman Empire, and there was no gain from explicitly controlling people. So
wait. Well, hang on. You said that there's no gain from controlling people?
Yeah, in the church's case.
Yeah, of course there is. Because the more you control them, the more you can ensure that they will indoctrinate their children. That's the point of control, is that the more control you exhibit and the more subversive way you're able to do it enables those ideologies to be spread. So if I can slowly but surely introduce more controls into your life, like the number one book that a Christian will run to, the Bible. Well, that's a behavioral control. The truth is in the Bible. The Bible's where you get your ultimate truth. So I've already controlled just the hierarchy of information that you have. You'll always, a theist, a Christian, will always go to the Bible first instead of anywhere else. That's problematic because the very first thing that they're reading, and if they're taught to believe it's the first thing that they need to go to for truth, then everything else, when they make a truth assessment, will be juxtaposed against the Bible. And that's bad. With a simple, objective, with a cursory examination of the Bible, that's bad. Because then you have people who juxtapose science against the Bible, assuming the Bible is true first. And when the Bible contradicts what science says, they reject science and evidence. That's problematic. And they're taught to do this at a very young age. Because you try to tell an adult today to juxtapose the Bible against science and both of them from equal levels, instead of convincing one of them is right, they'll fall on the side of science. But you teach a child, go to the Bible first and then compare it to everything else. that becomes problematic because that teaches them to reject evidence that doesn't comport with what the Bible says.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back a little bit, not that much, but what would be since you said like control is a gain because it's causing these children to like believe in the Bible and stuff. What would be what's the gain of having children believe in the Bible if you're a non-believer yourself?
Well, if I'm a non-believer, and if I had kids, then I wouldn't teach my children to believe in the Bible. But my mother is a believer; she's still devout, and she raised me and my brother into the faith. I was raised a confirmed Methodist. Had I maintained this along the way, there would have been no problem with me raising my kids in the faith as well. So the gain that comes is twofold. One is spreading the word, because the more people you can convince this of, the more of their children they will in turn convince, just like a multi-level marketing scheme. So you get like 10 people in, and each one of those 10 people brings 3 people in. Brings 2 people in, their spouse and their child. Then the child grows up, and then they bring their spouse, and so on and so forth. And this just keeps growing like an MLM, multi-level marketing scheme. And so you get that one, you increase your numbers. That's the first gain. And then the second gain is the more people you have, the more influence you can have on the areas around you. So if an indoctrinated group is getting larger and larger and larger, that means there's less people that are going to have contradictory voices to that group, which means they can influence more people around them and more legislation and like law and government. Because if you indoctrinate the entire government into your belief structure, then your government will run in accordance with that belief structure. That's the gain that you get. Because if everybody on the planet was a Christian, we would be living in a theocracy. We wouldn't be in a democracy. We'd be in a theocracy, which ultimately is the goal. Every human being on planet believing the exact same thing, which is a terrifying concept, if you ask me. That freaks me out. The existential dread that comes with every single human being on this planet being a Christian is just terrifying.
So, you're saying a lot of things. It's like throwing me off. One, do you actually,
Take your time. Don't rush.
so you said like everyone being a Christian, that like makes everyone believe the same thing, and there's like no democracy, just a theocracy.
Well, that's
Like,
what it would be, because if everyone on the planet, if all like 8 billion of us all believe the exact same thing, then that which governs us would be what we believed in. And what we believed in would be theocracy, would be Christianity. So we would live in a theocracy.
there's a lot of things in like social context that aren't mentioned like at all in the Bible. Like, the Bible doesn't really talk about, modern economic systems, which one's best. The Bible's not really talking about like state welfare and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
the
it talks
people who
about
wrote the
charity.
Bible the people in the Bible weren't aware that there was like other places in the world. And it's not like they talk about kangaroos in the Bible.
It would help if we go back to
Yeah.
your original question, Virgin. So the original question was about original sin. And is that because you are a theist and you think that original sin is an idea that makes sense and is part of your argument to convince people that God exists?
No, it's my thing about the original sin was that it's not a point of indoctrination. Well, it's not a point of indoctrination in that it's not just some overarching thing that you have to apologize for to get fixed, because it's not a part of you. It's just.
But we already established that's what we covered. We covered that was that sin entered the world by Eve and by Adam and Eve's transgression. That's how sin came into the world. And that's why Jesus had to be sacrificed in this blood magic ritual, but there's problems with that as well. But we still have to ask for forgiveness for the atonement of our sins, which means sin still exists in the world. If sin still exists in the world and sin originated in the world from Adam and Eve, we are still asking for forgiveness for the actions of Adam and Eve. Ipso facto.
That is what the book says. Do you disagree, Virgin?
So sin entering the world through Adam and Eve, that's just an implication that it's the first sin. It doesn't mean that if Adam and Eve didn't sin, any
Could
one of us would not
well,
be
yeah, but
sinners, not have to repent.
could sin have propagated? Because remember, that's why they call it the fall. Could sin have propagated if it never entered the world? Because we
No,
have to go
but
to the source. We have to go to the ontology. The ontology of sin is Adam and Eve. They transgressed. Sin entered the world. That was the fall of man. And then sin was in the world. Because before that, sin wasn't in the world until until the fall. So that's when sin entered the world, and then sin has forever been in the world ever since. Either sin propagated or the world fell into a sinful state. So, but it wasn't in a sinful state before the transgression. So we are ostensibly ipso facto asking for forgiveness for the actions of Adam and Eve. Because without those actions, we wouldn't be in a sinful state.
well, that's the thing. That doesn't just be without those actions. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't be in a sinful state.
It does.
Well,
Because
but that's assuming. I mean,
Adam,
that's saying a possibility, but that's not what's supported by the text.
okay,
I'm
but
simply
like
going by what the text is without adding anything to the text to try to get around it.
if you
I'm
go
simply
by what
saying,
the
yeah,
text is, Adam and Eve, they didn't have a sin that caused them to sin, but they still fell into the temptation of Satan. They didn't have an original sin. They were the original sin, but
but that's when sin entered the world,
yeah, but it's
right? And sin
possible
is
for
not left,
enter
so
without an original sin. Otherwise, the original sin wouldn't have entered in the first place.
right. So there wouldn't have been no sin for us to have to ask for forgiveness for. So
No,
it all goes back to the origination. So because sin was brought into the world and sin still exists, and we still today, even after the flood, and this is going by the Christian worldview, even after the flood and after the sacrifice of Christ, we still have to ask for forgiveness of sin. It still exists. It wouldn't exist if Adam and Eve hadn't done this. Therefore, ipso facto, we are asking for forgiveness for the actions of Adam and Eve.
again, how can you say it wouldn't exist if Adam and Eve hadn't done this? If
You see, that's a supposition, because if Adam and Eve had not transgressed, sin would not have entered the world.
Also, children would not have entered the world, right? So we would not exist. I think we might want to move on at some point,
Right.
because you may
yeah,
not accept that
I
this
feel
is
like I'm
basically
arguing.
the mainstream theological position of original sin. And you may have your own unique version of it that you believe in, but unless you have like an argument for the existence of God, we probably want to move on.
Yeah, I think we should move on.
All right, thanks for your question.
Thanks, Virgin. Appreciate it.
We appreciate you
Thanks.
coming up, man. All right, so Q plus Dooby PCP Leader, I just invited you up to talk. He was DMing with me. It sounds like he has a good argument for the God that he believes in.
So, in the beginning was the Word, and that Word was manifested in the flesh. And we're all in the body of Christ. And we know that because we were there in the beginning. And the people who
I wasn't there in the beginning.
Let's
and
just
the
let him
people
finish.
who say that don't, and people that say that there is no God, the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all this ungodliness and righteousness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness. Because that which may be known of God is manifested in them, for God hath shewed it unto them. So it's basically.
I'm sorry. 9, I know we want to be charitable and everything, but I got to be honest. I don't need paraphrased Romans thrown at me.
It is all our choice.
Reading the Bible does not demonstrate the truth of the Bible.
It is all our choice to make in the end of whatever happens.
Okay, but Dooby, or Q plus, reading the Bible to us does not demonstrate the truth of the Bible. You understand that?
My words and my faith demonstrate the truth of what you hear.
Okay, good. Let's examine that. Let's examine faith. Why would I believe anything on faith?
Because we know that the things that we do are good, and the things that we can do can be bad.
Okay,
and
okay,
things that we
you're
don't
right.
see are there that they manifest into something here.
Okay, I get you there. So let me ask you this. Let me just ask you. Hold on a second. Let me just ask you just a couple of real quick questions. It's really simple. Just to get some clarification regarding faith. Can your faith be manipulated by saying external source?
So God made man to be eternal life, to have eternal life.
Q plus.
And let me answer you.
It's a yes or a no.
So
it's a yes or no question.
Through envy,
can your faith be manipulated by an external source?
So through envy.
Can you say yes or no?
The devil,
Q plus. It doesn't require any exposition. It's can your faith be manipulated by, say, an external source?
Through envy of the devil, death came through, just like you were talking about.
Q plus. It's a yes or no. Dude, it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no.
Clearly, you should understand my argument.
So Q plus. I'm going to ask you a yes or no question.
It's a yes or no. I want to get to these. It's literally two questions. I want to get through them quick. Can your faith be manipulated by an external source? Yes or no?
Your faith in God holds still until you decide to go the way.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. And the second question is, can you put your faith into the wrong thing? Can faith be misplaced?
Well, if you put your faith in the Spirit, which is true, it cannot go in the wrong place. You'll be leaded the right way forever.
Q plus. That's not what I'm asking. Answer the question I'm asking. Can your faith be misplaced?
Depends on what faith you put it into. If you put it in some statue,
the answer is yes. Yes, your faith can be misplaced. Yes, your faith can be manipulated by an external source. And as an addendum, your faith can also be misplaced without you realizing it, because you could have been manipulated by an external source without realizing it. This is why things like this, why cults exist, like the Branch Davidians and the Jim Jones cult and the Marshall Applewhite stuff that took place in Southern California, the Hale Bop group. So if your faith can be misplaced without you knowing it, and your faith can be manipulated by an external source without you realizing it, hang on. If these things are true, which we've established that they are,
I didn't establish
the Q plus, that yes, your faith can be misplaced. You could put it in the wrong thing. Yes, your faith can be misplaced without you realizing it's the wrong thing.
Well,
and yes, your faith can be manipulated by an external source without your awareness. If these things are true, which we demonstrated that they are, why would I use faith to get to the truth of anything?
Because you realize what you're putting your faith into and which one is right, and which one actually judges you to the end.
How do I determine it's right?
Because it comes to you and it judges you for what you.
So I just know.
Yes, you do know, because through all of it, everyone knows it. Everyone is made from it.
Plus, you realize that someone with a different faith than you, who believes an incompatible thing, like Scientology, also believes that their faith comes to them through the enlightened word of L. Ron Hubbard, right? There's no symmetry breaker between one person's faith and another person's faith. It's literally just that you think you're right and they think that they're right.
Right.
No, I'm not saying I think I'm right or they're right. They could think they're right all the time, but they know deep down from what the things that are happening, it's not right.
Okay, Q plus. There's two problems there. There's two Q plus. There's two problems with what you're positing there. The first problem is that you're assuming that you have access to the state of other people's minds. Okay, that they know differently and they're just refusing it. And two, you're begging the question of the truth of the source of that claim. That you're begging the question of the truth of the Bible, because you haven't demonstrated how you know the Bible to be true, other than saying you just know it to be true. It's true because it's true.
No.
So demonstrate how you know the Bible to be true.
I'm not going to demonstrate something evil so that it.
Wait. Demonstrating the Bible. If you demonstrated the truth of the Bible, you would convert me. How is that evil?
I'm not here to convert you. I'm here to preach to you to the Bible.
You're not here. The title of the stage is the title of the stage. Q plus is convince us of a God.
Yeah.
Preaching to us is not going to convince us.
It's time to go. If you're not here to be on topic, I think it's time to go. Are you certain? This is your last chance.
Certain for what?
You're here to preach, or you're here to convince us of a god or a goddess or of deities?
Of course, I'm here to convince you that God's
Well,
real.
you just
Put
told
forward
us
your
that you
argument.
weren't.
Then please put forward your argument. Go.
I thought I already had.
No, you just said you're here to
preached at us.
preach. You just said you're here to
preached at
preach
us,
to us.
yeah.
I
And
am.
I've already, and I told you, Q,
But my
preaching
argument-
to us will not convince us. You need to demonstrate the truth of the Bible. That way we know what you're saying is true.
Like, it's within y'all to decide to make the choice to follow the Spirit, which is true. If you don't want to decide to follow it and you want to go to the eternal judgment or eternal life, this is something I can't choose for you. This is all your choice.
Okay, but Q, why should I follow it if there is no evidence to suggest the truth of what you're saying?
There is evidence. We see people die all the time.
Okay, this is great. What is your evidence that it's true?
Look at all this death that's happening in the world.
Death is a part of life. It's not evidence. It's only evidence that things die.
Life. Death isn't a part of life. We don't.
Yes, it is. Things are born and things die. Things are born and things die. It's cyclical. So things are born and things die. We understand this.
Life that is forever. We
The
don't want
existence of death is not a demonstration of the truth of your Bible.
It's through envy and hatred and not love. If you know love, then you know God.
I do know love, and I don't have a God in my life.
Yeah, this is not convincing.
I love my wife.
So
I love my friends.
Okay, I'm not.
So,
go ahead, Tack.
Yeah, so are you 100% certain your God exists?
Yeah, because I love y'all.
How did you arrive to that degree of certainty off of emotions?
Because I've seen it, and I was there, and it was through me, and I understand it. I know it to be there, and I know it's here right now. And I understand it. I'm telling y'all that you could understand it. If you're just very still, and you know, and you love, and you follow the commandments, and you follow the right way. And it's your choice to do it. And then when you do your choice, then it'll show unto you that he is there. And
So
if
the
you
Bible's
don't do
true.
that,
So it's true because it says it in a book. Is your argument?
he'll
Okay.
also show to you
No,
eventually
that's not. I'm
all the
sorry, Q.
things
I'm
you
sorry,
do
Q. That is
aren't
not
good.
convincing. It's not convincing. You haven't demonstrated the truth of your Bible. You haven't demonstrated the truth of the book itself, or that it was inspired
I'm
by
showing
anything.
you things that are to come for the things that you have done.
Okay, when those things show up, okay, then Q. When those things happen, we'll have a discussion. Then sound good?
The discussion is now
thanks,
because
bud.
those things are happening all the time.
Hey, we all appreciate you coming up. We appreciate your preaching. But I personally am not convinced. Is anybody here convinced of his God?
Absolutely not.
I don't appreciate the preaching. I like if people can cite some specific theological passages, whatever, to explain their views. That's fine. But Q plus, the problem is that we just don't seem to be able to have a very coherent conversation. Because we'll ask a question, and you'll say something that's just sort of like a vague, I love you and God and so on. It's not a convincing argument, and it's okay. It's hard to make convincing arguments. This is not an easy thing. But if you want to, try again with an actual argument, we could talk to you again sometime.
And when you do preach, try not to butcher the scripture. Okay. Take it easy.
And Q, thank you very much for joining us. Yeah, you mentioned that you were here to preach, which is not consistent with what the topic is, and I didn't hear an argument from you that convinced me. But yeah, maybe we'll talk again in the future.
I went ahead and invited Tree up, and thank you, Q. I invited Tree up. He's been waiting very patiently for a while. He has a good argument, he told me, so I'm interested in hearing from him. Or her.
Sounds good.
Tree, you there? I'm going to give you a few seconds, and then we're going to pull someone else up. Tree, last chance. All right, Shalom, you're next up in queue. You're welcome to come up. Do you have a good argument or a way to convince us that your God or goddess or gods or whatever exists?
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
it's like they're
I just
detained.
want to clarify the topic is convince us a God.
Tree?
Sorry, I didn't know I had to click the accept button. So
Okay, but I think is this? We should probably talk to Shalom for a moment because they were just starting to answer the question. Tree, are you okay with waiting for Shalom to go first?
can I play a 40-second clip from something everyone will appreciate? It's not a joke. It's very relevant and summarizes.
If it's
everything
Ray
that's going on.
Comfort, I'm kicking you off the
No,
stage.
we're not.
No, it's not a troll.
No, we can't. We're not going to play any clips because this is also being streamed on YouTube.
Then I could.
There could be copyright issues.
I could just. But it just sounds better the way he says it. Like it's so good.
Do your best, Free. It's about using our own words here.
I first want to say I'm sorry to Shalom. We will get to you after Tree.
From the get-go, there has been, as I understand it, a kind of argument being occurring back and forth between two camps: the materialist, scientist, physicalist, spiritual peanut camp, and then the sick ass fucking spirit boys, idealist boys, consciousness boys. That's be like, God is all light when man is.
You promised control.
All right, Shalom, we're gonna go ahead and invite you back.
Executive decision.
That
You
was
literally
worth it,
beat
and that
me
was
by
entertaining.
1 second. You beat me by 1 second.
Shalom, I hope the wait was worth it.
Yeah. So my
Thank
argument
you.
isn't to prove the God of the Bible or the God of the Quran. I'm just gonna prove to you a God exists, right? Convince us a God or goddess exists.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. So Louis Pasteur, the law of abiogenesis, right? Life cannot form from non-life, right? The theory of abiogenesis has been proven false, right? So
No, that's incorrect.
no, it has within an experiment of heating fire in a vast. I mean, it's been proven. It's been disproven.
Are you up to? Are you just out of curiosity? Have you read the DOIs that have come out of McMaster University regarding the Planet Simulator?
No.
Okay, that's the work that they're currently doing at McMaster University. They kicked off the Planet Simulator in 2018. The Planet Simulator simulates basically early Earth conditions, and then is running the aim of basically walking through abiogenesis. So that process by which life originated from non-life is essentially being demonstrated. But essentially, they're currently doing it as they are currently working through the process and trying to determine the most viable, the best possible way it could have happened. So it has not been removed. And that project that they're at, they're already up to protocells. So we know that RNA can spontaneously form. We understand this, and we know that that all life on this planet is composed of the same basic elements, and those elements do exist on the planet. And there's the kind of problem that a lot of anti-abiogenesis people talk about is that that life originated from non-life or from non-living matter is what it is. What abiogenesis is. Well, God is not matter. So if God originated life, then technically life did originate from non-living matter because God is not living matter. Technically, that is still abiogenesis.
Life
so
from
whether
non-life.
you're a Christian or whether you're whether you're
all.
whether you're a creationist or whether you're a naturalist, it doesn't matter that life arose from non-living matter because we wouldn't categorize God as living matter.
As a Christian, we do categorize God.
I've never heard a Christian say that God was living matter.
Well, Christians believe Christ is God, so Christ.
But that's Christ, but Christ wasn't there at the beginning when God created everything.
That's literally what the Bible says. In the beginning, the heavens, he was the Word, right? John 1:1. Like,
that's
God.
Created through him. That's God. Is God living matter?
When God spoke in the Christian Bible, right? When he said, "Let there be light," Christ was the one who made the light.
Okay, but but was Christ walking around on the planet? Because there's no mention of that in Genesis.
Yeah, it says he was glorified before the foundations of the earth. He was alive before.
But that was God. But that was God, right?
No,
okay.
This is talking about Christ.
But in the Bible, we can only go by the Bible, and we don't want to add things to the Bible to try and get around these things.
Yeah.
So God was mentioned in Genesis, and Jesus was not mentioned until the New Testament by name. So
binary. Yeah, but the Godhead is
so if you simply look at the text, because all we have to go off is the text, that
Yeah.
it was God and God itself.
Oh.
And I've never heard a Christian claim that God in and of itself, the Holy Spirit, like, because remember it says the Spirit of God was over the waters.
Yeah.
That's the Spirit of God. That's we can say that that's the Holy. We can say that that's the Holy Spirit. The Spirit of God hovered over the waters. So by that rationale, God is not living matter, and
No, he
God
is,
created
bro.
all life. So God is not living matter.
Because in Genesis it says that God was walking and Adam ran from him. We know that spirit can't walk. This is a physical being.
That's God. You're assuming that version of God in Genesis was Jesus.
That's the only body he has. He is the face of the invisible God.
Well, I'm sorry. I've never heard a Christian say that it was Jesus that was walking in the garden, and it was that God had a form, and God's form was in the garden, and that what was crucified was Jesus Christ, which was the Son, which is why you have the Omni, you have the Spirit, you have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And in Genesis, it specifically talks about the Spirit of God hovered over the waters, which we could say is referring to the Holy Spirit. And so,
with this logic, you're saying that the Holy Spirit was walking in the garden, like
no,
Adam.
I'm saying God in His power took form as God.
I'm saying God has always been God. Christ was always God.
Okay, so it's God.
He says,
it's not
glorify
Christ,
me,
because
as
God
I
never
was
says my name. God never says my name is Christ. You're assuming that the version of God that was in the garden talking to Adam and Eve was Christ. So why wouldn't God say my name is Christ like He did later on?
Right? The Psalms prophesy about how he would be a little lesser than the angels, right?
But
so he was
Shalom,
glorified.
you see how you're adding information to the Bible to get around this problem.
What do you mean adding information? If you
You're
take
assuming things about the Bible that is not verified by the text.
It is. He says the scripture talks about me. The book is written about me. That's what he said himself. And if you read the book, you'll understand it is written about him. Nobody's
There is
adding
no mention of Christ in Genesis.
The Messiah figure has always been presumed as God.
There is no mention of Christ in Genesis.
It literally was. He said that
Where does it say Jesus Christ in Genesis?
He says the serpent shall bruise his knee and he shall crush his head. This is talking about the Son of Man, Christ. Is it not?
Where does it say Jesus Christ in the Bible? Or where does it say Jesus Christ in Genesis?
His name isn't even Jesus Christ, bro. Christ means Messiah. Jesus, it wouldn't even be Jesus. The letter J was invented like 600 years.
So, I mean, it doesn't matter. No,
If you're saying everybody's name has to be quoted in the book verbatim to prove it's them, that's crazy, bro.
No,
you did say it was
we
literal.
weren't there when it happened.
Well, hang on.
So go ahead, Randolph. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right, yeah, you did say it was literally in there. So literally there means his name has to be spelled out there.
No, I'm saying like Moses talks about a prophet coming greater than him.
But he doesn't say Jesus. He doesn't say Yeshua. He doesn't say Josiah. He doesn't say anything of that nature.
Okay, well, Isaiah 50, Emmanuel, we can go to Isaiah. The prophet Isaiah quotes about how this figure will be God. His name is God.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Shalom, because we're running into the same problem that we ran into with NephilimFree.
Well, I'm not even trying to preach to you.
Not every Christian, not all denominations agree with your interpretation of Genesis. Can we agree on that? No, can we agree on that? Because I can tell you, as a Methodist, the Methodists do not interpret Genesis in that fashion. So we know at least one other denomination does not agree with your interpretation of Genesis. Okay. So because they don't agree, that means there are at least two different interpretations, yours and the Methodist Church. So if there are two, by what methodology did you determine that your interpretation of the text is correct over the Methodist Church?
It says you must read the Bible with precept upon precept.
I rest my case.
That's how the truth is revealed. If it's not substantiated with scripture, then it's false. I can't say
reading the book is okay. Reading the book does not just impart truth. You interpret what you read. Okay? So your interpretation, both of you, the Methodist Church and you, are reading the text. Both of you are coming away with two different interpretations. How do you determine which one of you is correct?
By using precepts. By continuously reading the book. The book.
How do you justify the validity of a presuppositional position?
Okay, for instance, if the Bible says the sky is blue, right? and then you continue to read, and it says it's black, right? You have to see which one is true, which one is physically true or not allegory, or like poetry, for instance.
So we just gave you an example of an empirical fact which contradicts Genesis, right? We told you there are multiple plausible pathways whereby clay synthesizes random molecular chains of RNA, which coalesce into protocells based on lipids, hydrophobia from the outside material to the inside, which gives numerous ways that life probably evolved numerous times on numerous planets. And you ignored that and you changed the subject. So you have a fact
I didn't change the
that
subject. But
contradicts
the
the
point
Bible.
is,
Why is it that you don't read the Bible as false if you've just been presented with evidence that Genesis is an incorrect account of the origin of life?
that's false. Because just because someone does a science experiment in a lab using already created cells to experiment on non-created cells doesn't mean that they're true.
Okay, so you're not up to speed on the DOIs that have come out of McMaster University. I strongly recommend that you read up on that science because massive progress is being made in our understanding of abiogenesis. But it doesn't matter. Either way, life originated from non-living matter because it's one. Okay, the conclusion is this. At one point, there was no life on the earth. And at another point, there was life on the earth. So at some point within those two temporal events, life emerged on the planet. So it obviously either came from one of two sources. It came from the earth itself, natural, like through natural process with no agential interference, guided by natural selection over several billion years, or a non-living immaterial agent, let's call it God, put the life here on this planet using the elements of the planet itself. Like took them out of the earth, like because it's ostensibly it's a golem spell in Genesis, where how God made it out of the earth and then breathed life into it. That's ostensibly a golem spell from Jewish mysticism. But either God created it out of the natural elements of the earth, or it happened out of the natural elements of the earth on its own. Either way is the definition of abiogenesis: life from non-living material.
Well,
The only difference between the two is you're asserting there's a God there, and we're saying there's no evidence to conclude that there's a God there.
So last time we argued, me and you, JL, I got you to admit that X was the origin of life, right? And I equivocated X as being God, and you kicked me and you started raging. You remember that?
You're not answering the question, Shalom. It's
Honestly,
irrelevant.
honestly, Shalom, I don't even know who. Honestly, Shalom, I'm gonna Thanos it. I don't even know who you are, so I don't recall that. But if you're gonna go meta, there's no point in you being up here.
At this point, Shalom.
Question.
So
no,
Shalom.
I'll change the argument.
So Shalom.
No, don't change it. Answer the question that was asked.
Here's the problem. So first, you came in with a positive claim. You said that Pasteur and some early abiogenesis experiment somehow proved that there was no possibility of abiogenesis. Then, when we gave you up-to-date science, which you're detained from the server, so you can't even see the messages we posted in the chat, and I can't DM you. But we posted the science. If you look it up for yourself, go to McMaster's Abiogenesis Research, you can find it for yourself. You then change the claim from, oh, science proves abiogenesis doesn't work, to, oh, well, just because science says biogenesis probably does work, that doesn't prove anything. That's called moving the goalposts, right? So you've tried to evade once from your original positive claim. When an opposite positive claim is being made, you just say, well, it's not absolute proof. So
well, I have more arguments. I mean, this whole thing is a fallacy.
It's
this is a burden of proof, right? Like no one's going to win this because it's a fallacy.
Burden of proof. It's a burden of proof. We hypothesize that abiogenesis is the cause. We're not claiming that it absolutely is. It's a hypothesis. It's not a theory. You're the one claiming that a God was responsible for it. You need to demonstrate that God. That's your burden of proof.
No, the burden of proof lies on the person respond. You're asking me
no, that's not it. The burden of proof. The burden of proof lies with the people who make the claims. You're claiming that your God is real. You've attacked abiogenesis. You have not been convincing in convincing me, at least, and I suspect any of the others that your God exists. So I think at this point you're starting to move the topic into shifting a burden of proof onto others who are responding, and that's just not acceptable. I'm suggesting that maybe we end this and move on to the next person.
But I will say, Shalom. There's a lot of fantastic information out there coming out of McMaster University. I strongly recommend you look into their curriculums, look into the DOIs that they are producing, that they're publishing. It's amazing work. It really is incredible. So I recommend you start there. Go ahead, Nine. Sorry.
So real quick. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go.
Go ahead, Ix.
I'm a Canadian. This is a standoff. You're not going to win. You have to go first.
I'm Canadian too. I'm Canadian too.
This is called a Canadian standoff. The Canadians are like, no, after you.
After you.
So
we're just waiting for the snowfall.
Jefferson Spatchcock is a friend of Randolph, and Randolph wanted him to come up for just a moment. I did talk to a couple people. We've got a couple theists in queue. I'm going to pull up Jefferson real quick.
Thank you.
Jefferson's the man.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello, Jefferson. We want to bring some theists on, so what's up?
Let's make the echo chamber bigger. Yay.
A bunch of crazy crap this morning. I've been busy, but I caught you guys late. I did kind of want to bring up one quick thing, one point in kind of Shalom's defense when he was talking about Jesus being in Genesis. It's true, Jesus Christ is not mentioned by name in Genesis, but what he's referring to is kind of a standard thing. It's really glommed onto by theologians. Reformed Christians love it. It's called the protoevangelium, and it's from Genesis chapter 3, verse 15. About he mentioned it about the son of the seed of the mother will crush the head of the serpent. Right. That for Christian theologians, and this goes back to Irenaeus, and I think Justin Martyr even kind of played with it first. They believed that was sort of like a little twinkle of the initial prophecy that Jesus was eventually going to show up, and then they kind of read that into it. If you want a great breakdown, and if Shalom is still listening, if you really want to see what that statement means, go check out what some rabbis have to say about that. Not only what they think that originally means in ancient Hebrew, but what they think is going on when Christian theologians turn it into a prophecy. So
when they co-opt it, yeah.
One quick question for you, Jefferson, and thank you for joining us. It's great to hear your voice. Did you, Shalom did mention that Jesus was literally mentioned in Genesis. Do you think that's not the case?
That is not the case. It's not literally mentioned. It's just derived from that bit. Genesis chapter 3, verse 15 is something that Christian theologians think sounds like a proto-prophecy. And it's called the protoevangelium, and that's why that's where he's getting that from.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jefferson.
You want to make your own argument?
For the existence of a God. I think the most convincing argument that one could make for the Christian God is the universalist God. That, okay, you have this kind of story. It's reflected in a lot of metaphor and a lot of human history, carried from the ancient Israelites on to, people, in first century Palestine dealing with the Roman Empire. If there is any kind of supernatural claim to be had there, and a guy died for the sins of the world, a guy who was in fact a deity, then he basically solved all of everyone's problems regarding sin and death and salvation, and reconciled his creation unto himself. Because narratively that works better. So just piggybacking off the basic Christian message, where we've fallen short of his glory and he can't forgive us and we're doomed to hell, he saves us all regardless of whether we believe in it or not, because it's not about Christians' faith and their choices. It's about God's choices and his faith, and that God saves. So he saves everybody. The end. Everybody's an atheist and everybody goes to heaven.
Wow.
So
that was great.
Yeah. And it's also blasphemous in many circles, so enjoy.
The perfect fit. I'm sure our next people coming up might have something to say about that. Thank you, Jefferson. Really appreciate you joining us.
I will get
My
out of the way. I'll
version
let
is
you
the
guys do
true version.
Yeah, my version is the true. It's also the one heavily advertised by people aligned with Satan. So it's just a trick. It's easy believism and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's to make people think that when I died, Jesus saved everybody, and Jesus is sitting there. No, you didn't choose right. You were
You
supposed
can't
to.
possibly get out of this that easy.
Okay, thanks, Jefferson. Hello, Funhouse. Thank you for joining us. And are you? Do you have an argument that can convince us of a god, a goddess, or any deities exist?
So I had a few questions about your beliefs. So are you Gnostic atheists or agnostic atheists?
Me personally, I'm an atheist because I don't believe in any deities, any goddesses or gods, and I'm agnostic because I don't know if deities do or don't exist. I don't know for certain. I don't know for certain.
Okay, so you just don't believe that they exist.
Yeah,
and
so
don't
I'm
know
both
for certain that they
atheist
don't
and
exist.
agnostic. Yeah, so I'm both atheist and agnostic. And the others, if you guys want to answer this question as well, because we may all have different, and I know some of us have different views on our opinions about what we know and what we believe on this kind of stuff or don't believe.
Well, I'm a strong atheist, or you could say Gnostic atheist when it comes to the Christian God, because it just defines itself out of existence. But when it comes to like just the deism, I'm an agnostic atheist because you can't rule that possibility out.
Okay. You're giving me a lot to work with here.
And maybe we can hear from Ix Taco and JackBurton answering your question as well.
Jack's
Sure.
a filthy deist. No.
So I grew up a believer, but I got exposed to a lot of different religions, and it's certainly the case that the more religions people are exposed to, the less likely they are to be a fundamentalist about any one of them, and that was the case for me. My current position is that I think William Clifford was right, that there is an ethic of belief, and we all acknowledge it in certain contexts, but not others, because it's too awkward or messy or difficult, and the idea of thought police is too objectionable. But the example he gave is a ship owner does not do the right thing when they make the decision to sail a ship that's obviously leaky by the standards of professional ship owners because they have a vision from God that it'll be okay. It's just the wrong kind of way to form beliefs. And it's not just that he's the theist, because another theist could say to him, look, I'm a theist, but I would not sail that ship no matter what I thought God told me, right? And I think there's a problem that's deeper than theism that's also shared with a lot of other kinds of crazy ideas that is unfortunately implicit in theism. And it's hard to find theists who don't have an irresponsible way of forming their beliefs.
Taco or JackBurton?
I'm a deist because I wanted a Lamborghini when I graduated college, but I only got a BMW, so no, I'm kidding. Simplicity is the hallmark of design, as is efficiency. The universe seems to reduce down to elementary particles, doing the most simple things that we have yet to explain. And I intuit creator behind that. I don't assign personhood or anything like that. I'll bite the bullet on naturalistic fallacy or incredulity. I don't care. But it's reduces down basically to a coin flip of, do I want to take a leap and say there seems to be something behind it? Sure, I'll take that leap. And that's about it.
What surprises me most about that is that BMW is making big trucks.
Right?
This is a reference to the Pork Chop Express, in case anyone's curious. Taco, your view.
Yeah, I was multitasking there, but it sounds like you were asking what my belief is.
If he's wondering if you're atheist, agnostic, or in this kind of realm, yes.
I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any gods, and I think there's good reason to believe that the Abrahamic God does not exist.
Okay.
And Gnostic versus agnostic, where would you sit?
Generally, I say local Gnostic theist when it comes to the Abrahamic God. Globally, I definitely say agnostic atheist because I'm not super familiar with every other. There's like 4,000 gods that have been presented, and I can't say that to every single one of them.
Okay, Funhouse, we've all answered your question. What have you got for us?
All right. Well, I don't think I can convince you since you don't hold an affirmative belief that it's not possible. Therefore, I don't have too much to work with. So sorry for wasting your time, guys.
Is there a particular deity that you favor?
I believe that the Abrahamic religion, at least in all 3 chapters, are relatively consistent on most points.
So I guess that means that your deity has certain characteristics, like omniscience and omnipotence and omnipresence and whatnot.
Certain characteristics or certain values that are espoused multiple times. Kind of like if one source is referenced 3 times, it's probably pretty authoritative.
Okay, so
it happens 3 times.
So how would you reconcile a deity who is omniscient and omnipotent, who, say, with their omniscience, they know that tomorrow in my neighborhood here at home, there's going to be rainy weather, and then tomorrow rolls along, and before the weather starts acting up, that deity decides to change the weather to sun or snow, and therefore invalidating their omniscience from the day before. I see that as a paradox. I'm curious how you would reconcile that.
I would reconcile that if they wanted to change the weather at their will or their desire to do so, that because of their infinite power to do so, why wouldn't they be able to? Just because.
So you accept the paradox as being a valid part of being a deity, then?
Yes. Like, if we are built in God's image, right? So I can't say for certain, but I would like to hope so at least. If that's the case, then why wouldn't God change his mind just because? Or why wouldn't they become angry or anything like that, like we would?
Okay, so I've found logic to be quite a useful tool in life, and I strive to to consider things in the most logical ways. I find this paradox to be illogical, and so that leaves me unconvinced. Why should I accept something that's illogical, like a deity who's got this paradox?
So I would ask you, is the small amount of time that you must comply with certain standards outset by this belief system outweigh the potential that it could be true? In other words, the small amount of effort that you have to put in to be compliant with that belief structure, would that override the potential consequences of it being true?
Well, the problem I have with that is I think that paradox is not true. It's not logical. So it's not a matter of probabilities for me. It's a matter of it simply doesn't work. Because I've not experienced anything in reality that can contradict logic.
Well, I don't think I'll be able to convince you.
Oh, did you want to talk to the other guys then?
Does anyone else? Does that ring any bells with them?
I guess I'm trying to
No.
understand what you're fishing for. Are you trying to find someone who believes that it is possible to show contradictions in the omni properties of your particular God? Because he just did so.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to fish for right here is that even if there are contradictions, if the requirements to the things that you'd have to submit yourself to are
Such as,
minor
can you be specific?
Sure. So let's say you follow the 10 Commandments, just baseline, right? And you have to submit yourself to these relatively straightforward instructions. Let's say you do only that through your entire life right there. Would the chance that the 10 Commandments being God commanded not overpower the potential of, if you should not follow them, that you could be punished if you are wrong?
So you could have just said you want to run Pascal's wager, and we would have all known what you meant.
Sorry, well, I didn't know about that concept.
Oh yeah, there's a word for this. I mean, if you came up with it yourself, then pat yourself on the back. You know, it's a famous concept. Pascal said, yeah, if hell's real bad, and if heaven would be real good, then even if you lack good reasons to believe, then if the benefits of it being good and the dangers of it being bad are strong enough, then you should just believe just in case.
Would you But it's interesting because given the number of gods that humans have posited over the course of human history, when you line these all up and then you line up all the gods and then you line up all of the beliefs in those and how many of those beliefs contain contain like a hell or like a place of infinite punishment or separation from God or whatever, and you line all these up, it actually mathematically sources out to you the best option is to be an atheist and just kind of comply with what Marcus Aurelius said, was just like live a moral life and don't worry about the gods. That ultimately is what it kind of like the mathematics of that suss out that you technically should just live a moral life and be an atheist. Because if you live a moral life and there are no gods, then it won't matter. You'll be remembered and loved by the people you leave behind. If you live a moral life and the gods are just, then they'll reward you for your actions, for the moral life you led, and not just whether or not you believed or not, which is completely arbitrary. And if there are gods and they are unjust, then you wouldn't want to worship them anyway, and you lived a moral life, and that's pretty much it. So live a moral life. I totally paraphrased, I kind of butchered what Marcus Aurelius was saying there, but that's what when you take Pascal's wager out to its mathematical extremes, that's where the math is. That's where the wager falls. Is like, yeah, better to just live a moral life, live a moral life as we understand morality to be, and don't worry about what the gods think. In fact, be an atheist, because if they're just, then they'll judge you on the life you lived.
I'm totally with you, JL. I don't want to piss off the wrong god.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
The Mummy, Funhouse.
What's that?
Have you ever seen a movie called The Mummy?
I have not.
Okay, so there's this. They're in a pyramid, and there's obviously mummies because it's in the name of the movie, and a mummy shows up, and they have this very superstitious sort of guide who believes in mummies and things, and so he's like not surprised that the mummy shows up, and he's wearing an ankh, a Quran, a Star of David, a cross. He's got all the religions around his neck because he doesn't know which one will work, and he just puts all of them in front of the mummy and basically says, like, I believe in you, don't hurt me. Okay? And if you want to believe in all of these to maximize your chances of success, it's much more likely that you are wrong about most of them, right? So the chance that you are picking the correct faith just because they all say that you have to believe is very low. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
The commentary in that scene that you're talking about, 9, is actually quite. I've always found it to be hilarious.
Yeah,
because he pulls up just the first one. It was like the Christ one, then it was like the Ankh one, and then it was like then he like pulls them out of his shirt because you can't see them all. Then he has like everyone on a necklace, every symbol on a necklace, and he just starts going until he gets to the Star of David.
Actually, quite a clever approach, playing the statistics that way, playing the probabilities, really putting things in his favor.
Well, the greater commentary is that none of them work. It's just that the Hebrew language is what the mummy knew.
He recognized it, so yeah. If you throw enough darts, you're bound to hit something.
Right. So none of his beliefs were true, but at least the language was recognizable to the mummy. But the point is, I think that mathematically actually works against you if you try to take the Pascal's wager. But the other thing is that I think you strongly discount or greatly discount the cost of believing very wrongly about something fundamental like this. So it's the way you put it is you said, isn't it just like a very like low ask to just say, act in accordance with these minimal demands, and what's the big deal, and the benefit's really big, right?
Sure.
Okay. So the problem is that we don't form our beliefs just sort of a la carte separately from each other. We have habits of belief formation. Okay. So if you are willing to believe in this case on these grounds, like, well, it seems like it's reasonable since they're not asking too much of me, and I'll just believe in it just in case. If I want to sell you a condo in a swamp or a bridge or a whatever, the next time that someone asks you to believe in something, they will use pressure tactics like, well, there's this really amazing reward, right? And they will use threats like, oh, you're gonna be in trouble with your taxes if you don't act before, January 5th or whatever. People commonly use pressure tactics to make it seem like the reward is much bigger than it is, and the the danger of not acting quickly is much greater than it is. It's called social engineering. There's a book called The Art of Deception by Kevin Mitnick that kind of explains these approaches. And salespeople will openly admit that they use this stuff. So when you accept a proposition because of pressure tactics, it's not the case that you are just making one like meaningless sort of gesture in exchange for, you know, a tiny chance of eternal life or something. It's that you're committing yourself to a way of believing in things that makes it likely that you're forming your beliefs in a very irresponsible and weak-minded kind of way. And when you think about it that way, it's actually important for the rest of your life that you learn better habits of belief formation, because it's going to shape all of your future decisions. And you're going to be less susceptible to various kinds of delusions and cognitive biases if you invest in learning critical thinking skills such that you could rule out this like seemingly reasonable Pascal's wager. Does that make sense?
So you are against Pascal's wager?
Yeah. And I'm against settling for any time you just don't understand something, calling it 50-50, which is what a lot of the original Pascal's wager believers think it is. They just think, well, it's 50-50, right?
Yeah, I don't accept Pascal's wager either, and I think probably everybody here is on the same boat.
Right, but the whole point is like it's a teaching moment, right? Like there's a number of things wrong with any given argument that aren't just wrong for the sake of disproving that argument. They're interesting because you can learn from it and you can apply it to other arguments like it in the future. So what I would suggest is if you're new to Pascal's wager, read the article I sent it to you about it. You can look at the criticisms of it and so on, and look into critical thinking, look into cognitive bias, and look into logic. And it'll not just be beneficial for whether or not you get to live forever, it'll be beneficial for all your other future decision making, whether you can form better habits of belief formation that'll help you in the future.
And another helpful resource in addition to that would be the rationalwiki.com website. If you search for Pascal's wager there, they have an excellent debunk of it with many references. But take a look at X's references first.
Okay. I am reading Pascal's wager, the article that you sent me.
Great.
Yeah,
Perfect.
well, you guys have a pretty well-based opinion, and I don't think I'll be able to change it.
Okay. Are you willing to change your opinion?
I think it sits in about the same position. I didn't know the name of what that wager was called right there, but seeing that it actually has a name and that there are some criticisms of it, all right, gives me at least enough to look into it and see whether or not.
Yeah, so the original, actual proper name for it is Pascal's Gambit, but it is more commonly known as Pascal's wager. And the only reason I mention this is so that you have additional words to search for in your search engine, in Google and whatnot.
But Blaise Pascal's a good read anyways. He did other stuff besides that. I mean, he's known for that because it's, to some people, known as a big blunder, and to other people, they think it's a great argument. But he was really influential in mathematics, so.
Oh yeah, he contributed a lot of really good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you for having me, guys.
Thanks for coming up.
Thank you for coming on. We appreciate it.
All right, so we've got a couple options here. I see NephilimFree back in queue. Does anybody want to talk with NephilimFree?
Bang's been waiting for a while, and Neff's already been up, so I think Bang would be a good choice.
Hello, Bang. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. And are you? Do you have an argument to convince us a god or goddess or deities exist?
No, well, first of all, I just want to clarify like a meta conversation first, which is that I don't see like what the position is you guys are having, because I don't know what you're expecting exactly when you're asking people to convince you of something when you yourself don't really have a rational ground for rejecting or accepting such a claim.
What I would suggest.
For example, it's just like when this guy called Nephilim was basically making an argument from entropy, like why infinite regress is impossible, right? Like, and you basically rejected that by saying, well, there could be another alternative, right? But we don't know what that is. But like at that point, that wouldn't be a coherent rejection. That would just be
because you
Well,
don't feel like accepting it,
no,
therefore
no,
it's
no,
not going to
it's not
accept
that,
it.
Bang. It's not that. It's that the alternatives have not been demonstrated to be false.
Yeah, but what alternative? That's the whole point. Are your alternative coherent?
There are a number of alternate hypotheses. There are many hypotheses as to
But
like.
they all assume an infinite regress. So
No, they don't.
which
No,
is
not all of them do.
Not all of them do. So,
for example, what would that be?
even then, does the lack of an infinite regress automatically get you to a God?
I'm just trying to establish like the grounds here, because without that, there's no such thing as proof or evidence if you don't have a established criteria. Okay.
Well, if you're talking about proof, you're talking about mathematics. If you're talking about proof in science, you're talking about
I'm talking about like in real life. So, for example, things that deal with causal relations, right? Things that deal with
so like for
classical
example,
logic.
if we demonstrate abiogenesis, life from non-living matter, if we demonstrate it, does that mean that God does not exist?
What? No, I'm speaking in metaphysical arguments.
We're getting to the point. So, like for example, if we're able to demonstrate that abiogenesis is absolutely possible by demonstrating it ourselves, by creating early Earth conditions and then watching abiogenesis happen, if we're able to do this in the lab, because we can't do it in nature, because any life that would spontaneously arise would be consumed by the life that already exists. So if we do it in the lab where we can protect it and make sure that there's nothing that would feed upon it and consume it, does this prove that if we were to do that, would this prove that God does not exist?
No. I mean, if in the hypothetical that doesn't even exist,
right? No, so the concepts are not what I'm pointing out is that the concepts are not mutually exclusive.
But there are things that would be established as if. But I mean, I don't even know how an F or hypothetical is it analogous to what I would give as an example, like to the defeater of like infinite regress, right? Like I don't see how that follows, because if we establish something as a fact, and that would be like the way the universe works, right? Then that would have to be a clear proof, right? At least to someone who knows what proof is, that there's no infinite regress in the equation here, because
when you talk about infinite regress, you're talking about an infinite series. Are you talking about a convergent or a divergent series?
Well, okay.
And
so what does that have to do with that?
Should I preface that? Do you know the difference between a convergent and a divergent series?
No, I don't know what these terms are, but you can explain them.
Okay, so a divergent series does not tend towards a limit, whereas in the easiest terms, a divergent series does not tend towards a limit, whereas a convergent series does. And you can graph these out.
Can you tell me what you mean by limit? What does that mean?
Tending towards a whole number. If I were to ask you, does 0.999 repeating equal 1? Is that true or false?
That's false. I mean, if I understand that you could have an infinite line of numbers between 1 and 2. I understand that, but that's not something that we can apply in reality, where there's causal relation between things. When you give me a mathematical discrete infinity, that's not going to apply to real world, because reality is not discrete. There's causal relations between things.
But it can, because a convergent series, a convergent infinite series is it's a mathematical representation of what reality.
Okay, is reality discrete, or is there causal relation between facts?
That's a different question. You
No, it isn't.
You haven't gotten past the infinite series.
Can you answer the question, please?
I'm not going to jump to another thing until we suss this thing
because
out.
we are talking about infinity. So I'm just trying to like, is the infinity you're talking about, is it discrete, or is there causal relation in it?
So bang, we're going to stay on the original thing before we jump to
this is the original thing. You're the one that proposed the divergent and the invergent.
What I was trying to explain, Bang, is that you didn't even understand the difference between a convergent and a divergent series of infinite.
Which you explained, which I understand that it's irrelevant, because at that point you have to concede that reality is causal. Otherwise, there will be no point talking to you.
Okay. Just because there are causal relations in reality, does that get you to a god?
Bruh. Why jumping the gun, right?
Does that automatically get you to a god? Because the name of the stage is
no, because why you jumping the gun? Like I'm doing ABC, and you're just like, no, let's go Z, right? Like, just chill, man.
Because
like, we're taking step by step.
Because isn't that the ultimate conclusion of where you're going?
Well, It would, but like you don't wanna see the argument. Like because for you it would all be like a non sequitur because you're like, well, it doesn't follow. But like I'm like I haven't even established the premises first to go to the conclusion. Yeah, we already know the conclusion, but if the premises don't follow, then it's not gonna sound coherent, right? So I'm just trying to establish is reality causal or not.
There are causal relations in reality, but we cannot speak to the origin of the actual universe in and of itself. We can only speak to the origin of of what we call the observable universe. But as to the origin of the universe in and of itself, we cannot speak to that because we don't have any data.
So you're telling me that at some point.
Let me finish. We don't have enough data to conclude anything about the state of the universe before the origin point of the observable universe.
Well, Mr. Warren, right? Like there could only be two options. It's the true dichotomy. Either causality or either at some point in time there is causality or there isn't. Either facts have a causal relation or they don't. Now, if you want to say that at some point it is possible that they don't have that things are just brute facts, then how does that follow?
Bang.
Yeah.
You are assuming that because we observe causal relations now, that they must apply to states.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm making a true dichotomy because it's true that either something is causal or it isn't. Do you agree or not?
So bang, I'd like to finish the statement. So bang, because we observe causal relations now, you are assuming that causal relations, that the universe in and of itself must be causal at all states.
That's not what I'm saying, bro.
Bang.
Like you're cutting off my argument.
Bang.
You're cutting off my
Can
argument.
I finish the statement, please?
Okay, sure. I mean, you can just like, yeah.
The belief that God caused the universe is a causal relationship. Okay? That because, and you're basically saying that God caused the universe because there's no other way to explain the universe.
No,
and
that's not what I'm saying.
And that, interrupt me again.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Take it easy, bud.
All right, so thanks for coming up. I don't know who moved, but
one thing I was going to try to suggest to him at the beginning, but he went on a monologue, is that he could look at us as blank slates and work from there, because he's wanting us to start off with positions. What he's doing is he's trying to get us to take a position so that we are on the defensive. But it's actually his task to convince us. So that doesn't work.
I mean, he didn't understand the difference between a convergent and a divergent series. It's not basic mathematics, but it's high school mathematics. And I mean, when you don't even know that and how these apply to representations in reality and how we can grab these things and understand them, when I ask him that does 0.99 repeating equal 1? I mean, come on, dude. Seriously. I mean, you have at least a basic understanding of how you derive proof, mathematical proof, and how proof in science is by demonstration. You can prove something mathematically, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. You have to demonstrate it. The demonstration is a giant part of it. That's why we talk about demonstrations in science and we talk about proof in mathematics. So a scientific proof is the demonstration of a thing. Just because we can mathematically suss out on paper that we can go to the moon doesn't prove that we can go to the moon. It's just a mathematical proof that it's possible. Then the proof that we can do it scientifically is the demonstration of us actually doing it.
And there's a term that applies to cosmology theories and most kinds of theoretical physics, which is underdetermination. So it's the case often in science that in advance of falsifying and ruling out all the alternatives, we have multiple viable possible explanations, and there's no experimental evidence to rule them out, let alone so-called verify one of them, right? And so we generally just work to falsify things one at a time until we narrow it down. And that's the goal, is to get out of underdetermination as much as possible, to have one theory that essentially knocks all the others out. But in cosmology, when people make claims of theism on the basis of, well, the Big Bang, therefore theism, and so on, they're ignoring the fact that cosmologists are very divided on the nature and origins of the universe. But they seem to think that theism is like the secret answer that would get all the scientists to just accept that there's just one correct cosmology if they just understood that the Bible has it in there somehow, which is a bit strange. The jury is out. We don't know how the universe began. If it began or if there's multiple universes, those are all on the table. And until
And
we
we,
do, it's premature.
yeah, and then my understanding of the work with Hawking and Penrose is that they've updated to support quantum physics. There being multiple Big Bangs at the creation of our universe instead of just one. So things are changing.
Yeah, one of the things that Hawking's original no boundary proposal suggested as well. It's called the Hawking. What's the other guy's name? Hawking Hartle. As early as the 1980s, they proposed models of the universe which explain time in a kind of asymptotic fashion, meaning that asking when the beginning of time is or where the beginning of space was are kind of wrong questions.
Yeah.
So if you like when you talk about like approaching a limit, if you have some asymptotic function and it approaches but never reaches some line, it's tempting to say, well, at this point it's basically touching the line. That's the beginning of the curve or whatever, but there is no such point. And when we're talking about it in terms of causes, because we were talking before about, what causes another thing. He was, Nephilim was talking about hierarchies. Or was Nephilim one of the other guys? That doesn't really get you out of this. When we talk about physics, most of our current models involve something called a quantum field theory. And the idea is that like there are fields which pervade the universe, and which each field accounts for one of the basic forces that we observe, or one of the elementary particles that we observe. And we don't know if those fields have a beginning or not. We might conclude, let's say, that our universe began 13.7 or 13.8 billion years ago, after all, but that wouldn't tell us for sure if the field in which that universe began expanded with space, which is how we used to think about it when we talked about the Big Bang being an expansion, or whether time, for instance, as Lee Smolin proposes, has to predate, so to speak, literally, for there to be any notions that are causal. We take it that causal is a word that involves time, right? It's a temporal notion. But talking about causes without time is weird, which makes talking about deities that are outside of time causing things like a weird thing to say.
Cool.
Sounds like y'all finished there. Any more?
Yeah. Done.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right, so we're shifting gears into Jack's territory here. Free Hacker is a deist, and he said he has a pretty cool argument for a deistic God, and that sounded quite interesting.
I like these truck jokes.
Yeah, so we don't know if this God is omnipotent or omniscient, but as far as the cosmic microwave background radiation can take us, it's 13.8 billion years ago, with the first quantum fluctuations as a result of the primordial singularity. Now, do you think infinite regress was how we came into existence?
I've yet to see like a metaphysical argument that completely shuts down infinite regress. So I can't dismiss it outright just on that alone.
Oh, I guess I'm appealing to authority here because I'm saying, cosmologists, that's as far as they can trace the universe back with the CMBs.
Agreed.
It's most likely 13.8 billion years ago as a result of those quantum fluctuations. The Big Bang was most likely not a single, snapping event or an explosion. It was mostly the gradual formation of subatomic particles into atoms, and then dark energy expands galaxies and cosmological entities perpetually. So I don't think the scientific consensus supports infinite regress because the CMB goes back only a finite amount of time, right?
Sure, and this is what the ground for Kalam cosmological arguments rest on. Problem is, when you get to the singularity, all that math and physics just shuts down. You start having numbers approaching infinity, and with that, that's where the regress still has room to exist.
That's absolutely not the case. Cosmologists theorized that matter at that time must have been very evenly distributed with a negligible density gradient. It was stable because these are only subatomic particles, and there was such a finite amount of energy in the universe 13.8 billion years ago. They can't really calculate anything past that. So the only positive claim I'm making here is that we can't be convinced of infinite regress until we have the substantiated empirical evidence. And all we have in terms of that now is what cosmology has given us, which is the 13.8 billion years ago consensus.
Right, I concede all that, but the problem is it's the singularity and the unknown, and I'm probably going to start arguing like an infinite regress of the gaps, and I'll happily bite that bullet, because the problem is we're talking about non-temporal terms in temporal language, and I think it produces down to just what ultimately comes a failure of language on our part. And we go, because scientifically, yeah, we have our dead end, and that seems to be the starting point from which we can build off of. Prior to that, if you're going to talk about non-temporal events, if you're going to talk about, near perfect vacuums creating the universe, that's fine, but we're still talking about temporal events as we know them. Creation on any level is a temporal event prior to temporality itself existing. And that's paradoxical. And I think within that paradox is once I can reconcile that paradox, yeah, I'm all on board and great. But I have yet to be, either it's a failure of my, ability to understand it, and I'm happy to admit ignorance on that. But as of yet, I haven't been shown, I haven't connected the dots, at least personally, as to how we can completely just write off the regress. And again, I think that's just a failure of language.
The reason I don't think infinite regress is supported among like the cosmological or astrophysical community is because they really don't have anything. I'd hate to sound like a broken record here, but they don't have anything substantiative of something coming before the genesis of those first subatomic particles. I mean, I guess it just ends here because this is all I'm saying. Like,
yeah, I agree. No, I'm agreeing with you completely. The science is, like, the consensus on the science is pretty much in your favor. My only problem is that, and again, it's either a failure of me to grasp it or it's just a failure of language altogether. Because, yes, we're stopping at physics, where the physics and math just completely breaks down at the singularity. And prior to that, it's a metaphysical argument, and I think all bets are off at that point. And again, that's sure, you can reduce it to irreducibility on my part. I'll happily bite that bullet.
I think there's others. Go ahead.
I just want to like refute that. I don't think in math it just goes haywire and breaks down at the advent of the quantum fluctuations. But that's as far as we can trace back. It is a physical anomaly in that it is like an atypical event for cosmologists, but like I still think math and science are good tools for figuring out what happened there. But yeah, what did you want to say?
Agree 100%.
I want to say that in cosmology, there's a lot of very far out things which certainly there's not evidence for, but it is still possible. I'm not saying we have that for something prior to the Big Bang yet, but I'm saying it's in principle possible to have explanatory virtues of a theory, even while it's still underdetermined, that we would favor. So, for instance, multiple universe theory is sort of entailed in a number of models which are favored for a number of reasons, and a lot of physicists and cosmologists would say we currently favor those models, right? And you could say, well, there's nothing that could favor that short of an observation of another universe or an interaction with another universe. But like with things like symmetry, the reason people think symmetry is the case is because a lot of our theories rely upon it for the math to work. And so, I mean, we're way outside of what we can prove with evidence, but it is at least in principle, I think, explorable, and we could come to think that one of these models or another is more likely to be the case without direct evidence. And the indirect evidence would be something like, let's say, a unified theory of physics relies upon the multiple universe theory being the case, even if we can't interact with it, or something similar about something prior to the Big Bang, or that explains the origins of the Big Bang. The Hawking model that's been worked on more by Leonard Mlodinow, which is sometimes called M theory, came out of the Hawking-Hartle stuff from the 80s, and it's based on the idea that a quantum fluctuation like tunneling could account for the emergence of something out of what we would call nothing originally.
And just to clarify, that would be like absolutely nothing, because a lot of the time people think nothing still has some laws of physics, laws of logic, and things like that, where absolutely nothing wouldn't have anything like that at all necessarily.
Yeah, which gets us into the paradox of, ex nihilo, and then we can't wrap our heads around like, well, how the hell does that happen?
Yeah, and the possibility that we can't rule out of something erupting from absolutely nothing. Yeah, and all of that, yeah.
Because we do observe quantum particles in vacuum that appear to pop in and out of existence without any sort of causal law explaining.
Yeah, inductively it seems to be the case that they're just popping in and out of existence. And again, like science are just like, the adage, if you talk to someone who says they understand quantum physics, they probably don't understand quantum physics.
And Jack, I appreciate your use of the word "seems to be." That word "seems" is very important in qualifying what it is being observed.
I think it's a very underutilized qualifier in a lot of these discussions. It seems to be the case.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like it's interesting that you mentioned these subatomic particles coming into existence, because I personally think that that's the strongest evidence of creation out of nothing that we have and that we can observe in our natural world as it exists today.
Well, but do we know for certain that it's coming from absolutely nothing? Problem is we don't actually know its origins yet.
It seems like it's coming out of nothing.
Ah, well said.
There's one property though that I think has been observed, which is that if they compress a vacuum, like with two plates with vacuum allegedly between them, the frequency of virtual particles interacting on the inside of those plates goes up. So there's a density to the virtual particle occurrence that appears to be compressible in even a vacuum. So it has some properties that are observable. And yeah, we'll have to get to the bottom of it eventually.
Which kind of sounds to me like
God squeezed his hands really tight.
Which sounds to me like perhaps they're breaking space itself, and I don't know if that still gets us to absolutely nothing, because again, we still have. It seems that we still have rules of physics and laws of physics and things that are in effect.
It's going to be like the first atomic explosion. They're going to get there, and finally, it's going to. One person's going to ponder. We could very well tear a fabric through existence with this experiment. And,
yeah, we split the atom, and now we're splitting space.
And we're going to be like, okay. It's like, it's possible that this bomb could ignite the atmosphere. We're just letting you know that that's a hypothesis. It could happen. Reasonable risk.
Oh well, fortune favors the bold.
Good safety tip, Egon. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, 4 hands up.
And to get back to the God argument, it's not a deity. I don't worship it as anything divine because we don't know of its substance. So the only God I'm, stating here is like a first cause, that the CMBs can go back 13.8 billion years and observe. And that's all I'm saying. And
I'm with you on
don't
that.
disagree?
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I just wonder how you differentiate that from laws of nature.
It pretty much is laws of nature.
So you're saying nature is the God?
No, it's more like a naturalistic deism. I mean, you could call it pantheism if you were, if we're going to get technical, but I'm not going to call myself pantheism just out of spite, because I'm a contrarian at that level.
Like Spinoza's God, or
something to that effect.
Or the one electron God?
right? The Carlin's giant electron, right?
That's the only argument I'm gonna make. But
yeah, I'm on board with you, buddy.
All right. Talk.
We appreciate you coming up.
Thank you, Free Hacker. Appreciate you.
Too many factors. I'm just not convinced. I do appreciate you coming up, though.
And there are unknowns that still need to be resolved. Yes.
So, Deuces Wild in Q, I'm inviting you up. You told me you had some questions about Pascal's wager, and they may have answers?
No, I didn't talk about Pascal. It must have been someone else.
Oh, I might have mixed you up. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so you said you had some things to ask and say. My bad.
Yeah. So I'm a Christian, but I'm not going to present an argument, and I'm not trying to set up a gotcha or anything. Just want to ask and say a few things. So, is there any among you guys that if the God of Christ was revealed to you, you'd be ready and willing to serve him?
No, because he's a moral monster. And
yeah, no.
He can put me in hell if he wants to, right? I would try to stop a moral monster that did such things. Yeah.
I got you.
The existence of the thing, regardless of its power, does not necessitate its worship automatically.
I got you.
Yeah, and that's for me. I wouldn't. I don't see a need. I don't think it's reasonable to worship, especially something more powerful. I think it's better to not worship, because we should all have our own intellectual sovereignty and our own personal sovereignty. Now, the method of which it used to reveal itself is also something that would be important to me, because there are lots of things people do to say, oh yeah, this has been revealed, but I don't find it convincing. Like, one thing that would work for me is if this God who's omniscient and omnipotent and has other omni characteristics was to grant to me for a fortnight the omniscience and omnipotence, so that I could experiment with these things and verify it for myself. That would be one thing that would really convince me that the God is real. But that's not to say that that's the only one, but that's the one that comes to mind for me now. And in my experience, there's a lot of people who say, yeah, that would work for them too.
Yeah, well, I agree there's a distinction between recognizing, say, that he exists and serving him. One doesn't follow the other. I'm in agreement with you guys.
Cool.
That's why I asked, like, are you ready and willing to serve him? And so what about you, Burton and Taco? Where do you guys stand?
So if the Christian God, as you know him, revealed himself to me and said, yeah, it's all true.
Yeah, if he I'm more asking the state of your heart, if he was to reveal himself to you, are you ready and willing to serve him?
No, I'd have like a million questions to ask first, because there's just stuff about this world that makes absolutely no sense to me. There's stuff about Christianity that makes absolutely no sense to me that I have to reconcile. And if he's gonna, if he answers all those questions, and I'm assuming if we're gonna stick with Christian dogmas, yeah, that would be sufficient to convince me, like, oh wow, I've been wrong this whole time, and I need to start serving, this tri-omni being, because I'm supposed to do that. But I can't like intelligently answer that.
So are you saying that you would have to be able to rationalize what he says before you are able or willing?
Yeah, I mean, a guy in front of me with a gun saying, give me your wallet, he's probably going to get my wallet. But he's not going to get my respect, or,
right, your heart, right?
Yeah. Like, oh, no, you know what? You really deserve this wallet. No, it's going to be like, I have so many questions for you, but I'm not going to have time to get the answers. So it's just, if it's going to be just utter submission for no other reason than submission's sake because he's greater, I'm sorry, I'm going to be the obstinate child saying, like, why? What? There's so many answers you got to give me. There's just
it's like
too much mystery.
This thing would have to justify in a rational way how the faith, how my faith or my belief or my subservience is so incredibly important when juxtaposed against the scope of the universe. When you have a universe that's 13.8, the observable universe, 93 I think it's like 96 billion light years across,
Mhm.
13.8 billion. When you have the size of this, and then if you even factor in cosmic inflation theory, when it's actually like 156 trillion times larger than that we can only see a small, dim bulb of the actual existing universe. When you factor all of that in, and that this being is behind all of that and created all of this and keeps everything spinning on, whatever, why you have to explain to me why the faith of one human being on one insignificant planet, one insignificant arm of the Milky Way galaxy, in one very tiny corner of all of this 156 trillion light years across possible universe, why is that so important?
Mhm.
Like,
I hear you, man.
Why is this weighed against all of this? This makes that's bordering on Facebook Messenger level creepy.
Mhm. What about you, Taco?
So, would it distinguish it, or I guess it's telling us it's the God of the Bible in this example, right?
Well, I said if he were to reveal himself to you, are you ready and willing to serve him? Because that's
I
what
mean,
he is. Go ahead.
I'd have a lot of questions, and I'd have to make sure that. I mean, how do we know it's not an alien with sufficiently advanced technology posing itself? I mean, there's a lot of, and then with like what Jack said, I mean, 2 Kings 2:23 and 24 is pretty atrocious. There's quite a few other atrocious things in the Bible that I'd have to reconcile, right?
Mhm.
That's kind of where I stand on that.
So
What does God need with a starship? Is the question.
Mhm. Well, to clarify what you're saying, Taco, are you saying that your readiness, similar to, like, I think it was Burton, you'd have to be able to rationalize these things first before you were willing to follow? Because with some authorities, you could accept the authority, and along the way you begin to understand its ways, right? But I understand with such an authority that universal, it may be more challenging. But just for clarity, is that what you're saying?
I mean, it's not. If I understood you there, it's not the authority that. So like we follow state, local, and national laws. All of us, I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure. It's not the authority. It's the atrociousness of the authority. Have you read 2 Kings 23 and 24?
You're talking about what happened to those youths with Elijah?
Yeah, I mean, I'd ask the God, couldn't you find something better to do with them? Couldn't you change their future rather than just eliminating them all? 42 children. Imagine the economic impact that would have had on the civilization that existed at that time. Imagine the amount of future people that would have been prevented from being born. Imagine the negative impacts on all the families that were involved with that. I mean, there's so many questions to ask it.
Mhm. So is that to say that well, because I've asked this question before to others, and some of them have, they've been honest. You guys have been pretty honest to me. Others have been honest and said that no, even if he were to reveal himself, that they still wouldn't serve him because they just fundamentally disagree with, say, his moral system or other things. That's kind of what I'm hearing from you guys?
Seems like a demon.
Yeah, so to be clear, right? I mean, I would ask any Christian mostly about the flood story, right?
Mhm.
And well, I guess you could say Jews as well. So for anybody who's Abrahamic and who believes the flood story and who worships God, right? The logical question is, well, why? Why would you worship that God? And there's 2 big reasons, 2 big problems with the story. Do you see any problem with the flood story, just from your perspective?
Me?
Yeah.
Do I have like a moral qualm on what happened? No,
Yeah.
I don't. I understand that it's harsh. I understand that God can be pretty terrible, but morally, no, I'm not at odds with what he did.
Is God omnipotent?
He's all knowing. I try not to use the issue with these omni terms is the God of the philosophers isn't necessarily the God of Scripture, So
Well, the problem with the God of Scripture is that it's a bit all over the place, right? So
Mm.
depending on which passage you read, God is alternately a forge deity, a fire deity, a thunder deity. Um, the problem with the story isn't just that it's morally monstrous to decide that the beings that you have created and have omnipotence over aren't doing what you would like, so you have to kill them all.
Mhm.
Like, people could do better than God did in that circumstance. You understand? Not just an alternative God. I'm not just saying, he's a shitty by God standard. I'm saying he's shitty by people standards, right? Like if people are wicked, we all know how to try to reason with one another, or if they're violent, how to like arrest one another and put one another into incarceration to prevent harm from being done. These are just like basic tools that all civilizations develop, right? For some reason, God's just like, nah, too much trouble, just flood them all. Okay. So the problem with this is that if you're going to excuse it and just say, well, he's harsh, but he has his reasons, right? Then you're probably just going to be one of the people who tries to bite the bullet and say whatever God does is just good because God is the definition of good. Is that the position you take on the flood?
Well, all morals are relative, right?
What?
And to their authorities, to the moral authorities. So any objection that would be raised against the Christian God is relative to a different authority. I would say part of the process of conversion is you're changing from following one authority to another. In this case, you would follow God's moral authority. And so a lot of Christians, they have trouble because they're still, say, partially in bed with, say, like a liberal progressive standard, and they're trying to mix that with what Scripture says. But you guys all recognize that the God of the Bible is not a social progressive, and so that's where the objections come from.
Right, but like, do you know much about moral philosophy? Like, I apologize if this is just gobbledygook to you, but like, do you know what like a meta-ethics versus normative ethics are?
You could explain it.
Okay, so when we say that a lot of Christians believe in like divine command theory, basically the idea that it is good because God ordains it. God has the power to be the grounding of what it means to be good. And you see this a lot in theology, right? Like God is good, God is love, right? God is the perfection of love, good, justice, whatever. These are just qualities that God has, right? It's in accordance with God's nature, etc. We call that divine command theory usually. There are different forms of it. There's like a normative version and a meta-ethical version. But the problem with just saying, well, look, I just picked this authority. Like if you haven't really thought through all the moral philosophy that kind of commits you to, that's totally understandable. Moral philosophy is like a big gobbledygook to most people. But there's a thing called the Euthyphro dilemma. Are you familiar with it?
Loosely, yeah. By the way, there's a solution that a lot of theists will posit, that they're trying to ground the goodness in his nature. I think that doesn't solve the problem. It pushes the issue a step back, because then was he, in control of his own nature, or was there some external regulators of his nature? Characterizing morals the way you did, is what's good because God says. It separates this thing called goodness as if it's some sort of specific essence that's, is it external or internal to God? The way I see it more is like God talks about his ways versus, the ways of people. And so I tend to see his...
Sorry to interrupt. We are running out of town, and JackBurton does need to get going very soon here, and we do want to get to other people as well, and I don't want to cut you off either. Just quickly, before Jack goes, to do another Big Trouble in Little China reference here. When somebody mentioned the question, what does God need with a starship, earlier in this conversation, I thought, that's like asking, what does David Lopan need with a truck?
Nothing. He stole it just to spite me.
Yeah, if you just want to maybe wrap up what you're saying so that we can get on to a few other people, this would be really great, because a lot of us are probably going to have to go soon, and we will do this again in the future, and you could come back and talk some more if you like.
Yeah, I got no issues moving on. You guys answered my actual question. I was just responding to what Nine was saying, so it's all good, man.
Yeah, it was a really
interesting good question. Yeah.
I appreciate
Thank
your
you for coming on.
Yeah, I appreciate the honesty, guys.
And we enjoyed the conversation with you. Thank you very much.
And the second objection, by the way, if you want to look into it, is that it's just like a blatant mimesis copy of a Babylonian copy of a Sumerian or Akkadian copy of a Sumerian story, right? That came from the sea levels rising, which caused a bunch of cities in Sumeria to become submerged very gradually, which got exaggerated into the flood myth, right? It's wrong on two levels. On the one hand, it commits God to being a moral monster. On the other hand, it's made up and copied from a copy of a copy of a copy, where each version made up new additional details. So it's false and it's wrong. But
it's actually really creepy how similar the story in Gilgamesh, the flood presentation in the Epic of Gilgamesh, is to the one in the Bible, to an almost plagiaristic degree.
It's plagiarism, but it's not just that, because there's an Akkadian version of a Sumerian version, a Babylonian version, right? There's 3 different eras of versions. We have 12 different copies each, which have made up details that are added over time. It's a copy.
Gozer worship?
Gozer was very big in Sumeria.
Yeah. So the book is false, but even if it were true, it's morally monstrous. Look into it.
I was hoping that was a Ghostbusters reference.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. All right, so anyone?
I got Taco real quick. I got to take off, guys. Thanks for having me up here. Taco, thanks for setting this up. You guys are awesome.
Gotta take off.
Thank you, JackBurton.
Guys, don't forget to show all your crap.
It's been a pleasure, Jack.
Check in the mail.
Jack,
pleasure, Jack.
It's been a pleasure, Jack. Thank you very much.
Likewise. Thank you, guys. All right, take care, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Jack. And I'm going to take off as well. It's been really fun, and thanks for everybody who asked questions. I appreciate the courage and honesty for whatever people's views are.
Thank you, Ix. I think I'm going to try to hang around for a little while just to try to hear a few more people from the audience, because I'd really like to try to not miss anybody if we can help it.
Alrighty.
We'll try to go through them quickly with the assurance that you can always come back in a future episode, because we're planning to do this again in the future.
Thanks for having me on. Bye.
Take it easy, 9.
Appreciate it.
Do you go by 9 or X?
Just X, like mini machines on X. Better than those on right.
All right, cool. Take it easy, X.
Yeah.
X.
Thanks, X.
Calling him 9 the whole time.
Oh, really? I missed that.
Well, that's all I'm seeing is Roman numerals, so.
They are both uppercase. So who's next here? We've got somebody named Anyone, and we've got somebody named Post, and then there's NephilimFree, which we'll probably leave to the end just to give him a minute.
Oh.
I don't know. I've been in here listening the whole time, right? But I don't really have an argument, but I seriously think we should get NephilimFree back up here. I want to hear what he has to say. That's all I have to say.
That's your contribution. Well, thank you, Anyone. You've made this a very quick one. Let's go on to the next person, Post, for now.
Post, we invited you up. You gotta click
hit that
green button
green bar.
at the top of the screen.
And if Post doesn't join, then I guess... Oh, hello, Post.
Hey,
How are you? Thank you for joining. And if you have an idea on convincing us that a god or a goddess or deities exist, we'd love to hear it.
Sure. Hi. So my idea of God came from reading Nietzsche. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the concept of the will to power. When you apply this concept to its full extent, to its full consequences, you realize that everything is driving to this to more power, right? It's the will to power. Everything's try to more power. So based on that, we should reach absolute power in the future, and absolute power is what come the closest to the definition of God. And
so I have a quick question. Are you talking about political power or physical power, or I'm sure it's not electrical power?
Well, you can define power in many ways, like beauty, money, intelligence, right? I would say.
How do you define it?
Well, in that case, in that particular case, I would define it as the control that we have over the reality of the complete reality, and
so physical power.
Or is it more? See, this is the problem. I was kind of curious. I wanted to get a clarification, Post. Are you talking about what Adler was talking about, the will to power in individual psychology, or because Nietzsche wasn't really clear, and his stuff is kind of open to debate, which is why it was kind of like condensed by other individuals and kind of interpreted throughout Viennese schools of psychotherapy, which is why you've got stuff like, Frankl's logotherapy, which is the will to meaning, and you've got like Freud's will to pleasure, and then the will to power and individual psychology. I think it was Alfred Adler. So are you talking about what he was talking about?
So Nietzsche wasn't clear for a purpose, for a reason, and he described that concept as the ultimate driving force of nature. In everything has the will to power, and because it's in a multi-directional way, you cannot apply it just to a human psychology or just to the way evolution progress or any other thing where there is the will to power. The will to power is in everything, and that's why it wasn't precise.
Well, then power could be if it's in everything as opposed to humans, because I mean in everything you're looking at will, because organisms and ecosystems strive for homeostasis, and so that's not so much a will to power, that's will to survive. And the best way to continue survival is homeostasis with one's environment, because the environment sustains you. You take from the environment, you give back to the environment, and you create a homeostasis, a feedback loop, a positive feedback loop of continued survival. But human beings ostensibly don't do this. So when you're talking about will to power, are you like that's the problem with the power word? Is like what like
Okay.
how are you disseminating or how are you differentiating that?
It's not an easy concept.
Is it control? Is it understanding?
No.
Or is it?
Well, so it's not an easy concept to explain, right? Guys, I might disconnect. It's my Discord that making problems, so no worries. I'll be back if it's happened. So anyway, so power. It's hard to describe, right? It's different.
I always thought because it's so hard to explain. I always thought that's why Nietzsche left it kind of unfinished.
I mean, it's different on whatever you position. Okay, if you position as a human, or if you position as object, the meaning of the power will change. Okay, so for me, power could mean money, right? But let's apply power to atoms. Okay, in the beginning of the universe, there were no atoms. Okay, there were subparticles, and with time they came together to form atoms, right? With that happening, atoms gain more power, more possibilities. We can describe having more possibilities like having more power, right? So subparticles, by becoming atoms, they gain more possibilities. In my mind, they gain more power. Then atoms came together to form life. That increase the possibility of whatever entity we're talking about. Life gain more possibilities, like how to interact.
I'm wondering if the word power might be better replaced with the word capabilities.
So people use complexity, right? Like life become more complex, but it doesn't reflect what we feel, what we really feel about what's going on, right? You cannot deny that we are more powerful being than microbes. You don't deny that, right?
Right. Yeah. We're
Yeah,
much more
so
capable.
you kind of.
Why I say powerful in what sense? Because a microbe can kill a human being.
Yeah.
Depending
Powerful.
on the microbe. Germs can kill human beings, and ostensibly, yes, I can bench press more than a microbe, but a microbe can kill me if it gets to a particular part of my body.
I can kill more microbes than one microbes can do to me. So I am more powerful than one microbe.
You could kill a bunch, but it only takes one to kill you.
Yeah, but you compare me to one. You compare me to one. So I am definitely more powerful than one microbe. Like if you bring billions of them, sure,
Hang on a sec.
They might get me.
Can you kill? Well, okay, let's take a brain eating amoeba. It's just an amoeba. Yeah, single cellular organ, or I can't remember if they're multicellular. Or either way, can you kill an amoeba? Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
You can kill an amoeba. Can an amoeba kill you by eating your brain? Yes.
Okay,
Can
but
can you kill multiple amoebas? Yes. Can one
okay.
amoeba kill multiple humans? Yes, it can.
Well, hear me
So
out. I hear your argument. I understand, but you visualize power as a killing part of the power.
no,
That's
I don't.
one
No.
aspect.
My
That's
understanding of it was survival. Was that Nietzsche was actually leaning towards survival.
no, 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 no.
Humans' will to power is that our power
No.
is our control of our environment and our ability to survive.
Well, survive is a part of the what we want. Okay, it's not the final, because there is some people that doesn't want to survive, right? Like if you are in a deep state of depression, you don't want to survive, you want to die. So dying becomes um, a more valuable choice than living, right? So
Well,
survival is
yes,
not the
but
final.
the act of suicide is power over oneself.
What I try to
It's control.
what I'm trying to explain you is power is fluctuating in its meaning. My meaning is not the same as yours. It doesn't matter. The will to power still remain. Like your vision of the power, the vision that you have of the power will interact with your will. My vision of the power will interact with my will. So if for you, beauty is the absolute power, then your will be directed to beauty. If me, I see money as the absolute power in the world, my will drive me to that. So the will depend on your vision of the power, and that can change to individual, to different life form, entities, whatever.
Okay, so what does the will to power get us to?
So in my interpretation of the will to power, the way I see it is we will gain over time more and more control over the reality to reach absolute power, absolute control of this reality. And that, in my view, that can only mean one thing: is the whole universe is trying to become God. And if past, present, and future event are all coexisting together, and we just some scientists, they saying that the future exists already. So if it's the case, then God exists.
It's a lot of ifs.
A lot of ifs.
Yeah,
Well,
that leaves me unconvinced that there is a god or goddess. There's a lot of loose ends that need to be wrapped up.
That's a whole lot of ifs. That's a whole lot of ifs to predicate a worldview on, dude.
Well, it's easy. It's easy. Would you like to become God?
Would
I don't know.
to be God?
I don't think so.
No.
It's a lot of responsibility.
I agree with Taco. That is way more responsibility than I want.
I wouldn't mind having omniscience and omnipotence for a fortnight, but I don't want all the other stuff. I don't want omnipresence. I don't want to be all seeing and see everything. There's a lot of stuff in the world I'd rather not see.
I certainly would not want to exist eternally. That would suck.
Well,
yeah.
According to the rules of selfishness, we should all strive for the best, and this is the best. And at one point,
well, yeah, but this is why I kind of fall into. I'm not a big thing on logotherapy, on like will to meaning, but meaning, striving for meaning and looking for meaning, and the search for meaning. Okay, is one of what I've, in my opinion, this is solely my opinion, is something that I viewed as very, very important to the human experience. If you were omniscient and omnipotent and eternal, what if anything makes anything worth existing? The whole worthwhile of existence is that you don't know everything. Is that there is something new to discover. There's something new to understand. The process of learning, exploration, and discovery makes life worth living because there's always something new that you could experience. There's always something new you could see, some new information you could come across that you could give to others. There's always ways to improve or things to change because you don't know the future. So with the future uncertain, this is because we don't know the future. This is one of the driving forces behind understanding things, meaning things, because the better we understand a thing, the less it controls us. We actually get our power from meaning. So, and of course, deriving meaning for ourselves, meaning for our relationships, so on and so forth. You can't do that if you're eternal, omniscient, and omnipotent. You're literally at that point, you're a minecart running down a track that never ends. And you can never change speeds, you can never change directions, and you always know where you're going to be at any given point in time. You can't be surprised, you can't change your mind. So why would you do it? That's the worst existence I could imagine.
Well, all that you mentioned, that in the end you want to be satisfied with the way things are, or the way things you want them to be, right? So in the end, you just want satisfaction.
No, I can honestly tell you, I legitimately do not seek like seeking satisfaction in things is not something that I do.
Okay,
because,
so if you don't
there's
seek,
always something new. If you're satisfied, then you don't look any further.
well, if you don't seek satisfaction, then this is what will satisfy you. You seek satisfaction in the end. You know what I'm saying?
What? No. Why would I do that? Once you are satisfied with the thing, you are done. There's no more
Okay, so you don't.
exploration after you're
Okay, so
satisfied. There's nothing new to be gained after you're satisfied.
Exactly. So your satisfaction comes from the fact that you don't want to be fully satisfied. You understand?
No, it's because I recognize that I will never be satisfied.
Oh, that's you don't know that.
Well, in this, do you think I can learn every possible thing there is to know, every true proposition, every false proposition, and know the difference between them in one single lifetime? No, it's not possible.
Well, we are on the verge of reversing the aging process. You might become immortal within your lifetime. Who knows what
And
will
I would
happen?
choose no, because I would not want to be immortal.
Well, this is what will satisfy you. So you seek satisfaction.
No, it wouldn't be. It would be the end of all things. If I'm immortal, then that means essentially everything is there. I just have to do the work. And but I mean, I'm kind of prone to procrastination. If I'm eternal and I can live forever, that means it literally the universe has become the internet. All I have to do is go and look for it. I can find it, and I'm done because I'm going to live long enough to find it. So literally search and exploration and discovery, the dawn of discovery for as it pertains to human beings who live finite lives. If you're infinite, discovery literally becomes a Google search, and it's pointless.
So what's your choice?
You cannot recognize the gravity and you have no respect for what you have attained when you can just Google search it and grab it.
It doesn't matter. What I'm trying to explain you is whatever your choice will be, whatever you will choose, immortality, or you will choose to become God, or you will choose to die, it will only remain as a selfish choice. It will be part of what you see as the powerful choice.
Okay, so this still doesn't get us to like a God.
That's what I was just thinking.
Well, the most powerful choice, or the most powerful concept, or the most powerful project that you can think of is God. And
no, I can think of God plus one.
How?
Multiple deities.
Multiple deities. I can think of God plus one, or God plus two, or God plus infinite, or God plus infinite infinite. I can keep making it more powerful, capable of more things.
Well, that would be the way of the will to power then.
I don't think Nietzsche meant it in that way when he wrote it.
Well, you said yourself, it's a subject to interpretation.
It's subjective. So it's wholly subjective to those. That's
no,
why
it's It can be subjective, it can be objective, it can be both.
He never systematically defined the work. So you can
Because the
derive whatever meaning you want out of it, which is why this
no.
led to multiple schools of Viennese psychotherapy.
That's what I said. It's a multi-directional concept. If he would have choose one specific definition, it would make the concept not understandable, and the concept will vanish, and nobody will even talk about it. He had to explain it the way he did. Otherwise, like I said,
It still doesn't get you to a god. That's still it's still a leap. Like if certain parameters exist, you can get to a god. Is pretty much what you were talking about.
well,
It doesn't get you to it.
It's pretty easy for me. I mean,
Well, in fact,
absolute
what you
power.
argued for using a subjective basis, using a subjective
Okay.
foundation, you pretty much argued that God is true if it's true for you.
Okay. Let's go back from the beginning.
No. That's something
No. I mean, just
no.
Just
That's
for
not
the
something
final.
we need to do. Going through
final.
Randolph pointed it out. It has not convinced anyone of a god because you haven't walked through an argument. You basically
because you didn't hear me.
You've used this. I have heard you. I've been
No.
engaging with you this entire time.
Wait,
So
I want to see where you agree. Listen. I want to see where you agree.
Post. You basically stated that you use a subjective field. You use a field of thought that is wildly subjective to each individual because everybody can have their own subjective interpretation of what power is. And then you're using that to get to God. If certain parameters are met, essentially all you're saying is God is true if it's true for you.
That's not what I said.
I'm reducing everything you've said down to its base point.
Well, if you agree on three main things, which is, did we gain power over time over the evolutive process? If you agree on that, you would agree that this power gain will continue, and if you agree on that part, you will agree that at one point we will reach absolute power, and if we don't reach absolute power, if it's infinite, then God will be even more powerful than you can think of. Anyway,
you're making a prediction that as we evolve that we will eventually get there. The problem is that evolution isn't only progressive. There's things that are not in our favor as well. And so, we're both progressing and going the other way at the same time. Overall,
bottlenecking.
Yeah, overall, I'd say we're doing pretty good. But there's a lot of things about the human body that could be a lot better, like having where we eat and where we breathe from being in two separate passages instead of one. That would solve a lot of problems for us. But there's tons of examples, right? So the idea that evolution will eventually take us to absolute power is a prediction that I think is beyond the scope of what we have time to discuss here, but something that I think if you were able to put that into like a scientific paper and present it and it was credible, you could probably win yourself a Nobel Prize for making a credible prediction in that area. And I don't mean to be flippant here, I'm being serious. This is a serious prediction you're making, and it's a very big one.
I mean, there's a lot of ifs there, and there's multiple theories of time. So just like latching on to one of them and then bypassing the whole evolutionary process and saying that we're going to be maximally powerful at some point, and therefore, because this theory of time is true, we'll be God at some point. But there's just too many ifs to even start to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's odd because even controlling, like, we could never fully control evolution because evolution is a change in organisms over time. And because you're not a direct copy of your parents, that is evolution in action. That's what evolution is of. So, yes, there are adaptations. There are the ability to adapt to particular environments, but actual evolution is changes in phenotypes over time because you're not a direct copy of your parents. And then you stack those little changes over millions of years, and then you get changes in the organism itself. So that's just the base of evolution. Well, evolutionary pressures, positive selection pressures and negative selection pressures. We can control some of these to a degree, but there are some of them that we cannot control. So, like, for example, 70,000 years ago, when the Toba eruption occurred and knocked humanity down to about, I think, a population of like 30,000, around the world. So yeah, that was one of the evolutionary bottlenecks that we ran into. That volcanic eruption could have wiped us out, but it didn't. We got lucky, and we managed to make it through. But that bottlenecked us. At this point right now, a large enough asteroid hitting the planet, we would be wiped out because we're the most dominant and the most spread around, and because we're so specialized as human beings, we would not be able to cope with the extreme change in the environment. So because we're not extremophiles. So we wouldn't be able to cope with that change, and evolution would negatively select against us, and so humanity would be wiped out.
But that's
those
okay. There
species
is millions of planets.
Well, that's irrelevant to the point. But I mean,
Oh.
like I said, we're actually in an evolutionary position where it's very precarious. We have all of this potential, but the question is, I mean, can we survive the next? If you want to go into like the great filter idea or something of that nature. But yeah, the more specialized a species gets, the riskier it is for that species, because swift evolutionary changes or swift evolutionary pressures that come on very quickly can result in that species extinction, just like the megalodon was driven to extinction because it couldn't compete with smaller great whites, and the vast majority of its prey moved into waters that it couldn't swim in.
Yeah, but nobody believes that there is only one
So-
planet. Nobody believes that there is only one planet. It's the
No,
whole
no, this
universe
just an
is a
example of
is a
just
wall.
an example of evolution. That's of here on this planet.
But I'm not talking about biological evolution anymore. We are in a technological evolution, and it's way faster than
Yes,
the
but
biological one.
but I was pointing out we cannot control all evolutionary pressures. We cannot we can maintain control over we could wrest control of our genetics in some sort of science fiction future dystopia. Sure, we could wrest control of our genetics. We could wrest control of our telomeres. We could wrest control of our planet, given enough engineering and whatever. We can make this planet a utopia to live on where all of our needs are met. Sure, we could do that, but we cannot wrest control from the universe. All it takes is a right-size asteroid or a gamma ray burst or a planetary or a rogue planet or a comet or whatever, and we're done. Unless, of course, we get off the planet and expand, but then you're getting into like Carter Ship 1, Carter Ship 2, and further down the line. We're nowhere near that, Chief. So these are all giant, like Taka was pointing out, these are all giant ifs. Huge predictions predicated on very specific criteria being met in the future, a future that, in all honesty, is very far-flung.
Well, you made a lot of if yourself, so.
I made one if. I mean, that there could potentially be a great filter event that comes along and wipes us off the face of the planet because we're so specialized as Homo sapiens that we cannot cope with the new evolutionary pressure, and that we would be negatively selected against. That's it.
Well,
That's a possibility of something that can happen.
Well, remove that possibility and you obtain my possibility.
You can't. How can you stop a gamma ray burst?
I mean, remove the fully extinction of all life on Earth
Well, that's going to happen
argument,
eventually. That's
and
going to
then
happen
we're
eventually.
good.
No, but that's going to happen eventually when the sun expands into a red giant and consumes the Earth.
Well, that's in billions of years. We will already reach the
We'll
limits
probably
of.
be extinct. We'll be extinct long before that.
Well, I hope no. Well,
if the trend continues, our species will be long dead before that. If the trend continues, but that means that we have to break the trend because we're the first species on the planet that has the capacity to break the extinction trend. We could do it, but for some reason we're choosing not to as a species. So,
well, life is all about survival. I think we should keep doing what we did for billions of years. Survive.
I agree with you. Well, with human beings, Homo sapiens, for the past, say, 200,000 years. But I agree with you. We should, but we're not. That's the harsh truth. That's the harsh truth of it. That odds are against us that we will make it off this planet.
That's why we need more power to counter all those problematic that you raised.
Maybe.
Still,
But ultimately still doesn't get us to a god. So.
Just sounds like there's way too many ifs, and everybody's kind of in the same boat with it. Like you're latching on to
Got it.
time.
I mean, I said what I said, though. I don't have anything else to add.
We do appreciate you coming up, man.
Thanks for the discussion.
Thank you, Post. It was interesting.
Thank you. See you guys.
Ladies and men. We've got a bunch of people in queue, but we plan to bring up Nephilim, and then we're gonna go ahead and call it.
We should
So
do a time limit for Nephilim, and it still would be nice to just hear others if we can, but yeah, we can also postpone for another show. We did announce this before these others did line up, except for, I think Boomerstein was already there. Tree has already spoken once, and we know that they're just doing crazy stuff, so we can we can leave that.
Right. Nephilim, I did invite you up.
Okay, so
Welcome back.
I was on earlier, and somebody asked, what's the evidence for God, and I tried to provide an example. I said, I believe the Bible demonstrates itself to be the inspired word of God, and I wanted to bring up a passage. And somebody tried to force me to discuss hermeneutics and exegesis of the passage without even knowing what the passage was. So I'd like to try this one more time, see if you guys can actually talk about it instead of just talk over me endlessly and try to force the subject to change real quick. Can I bring up that passage and let's see if the Bible is the inspired word of God or not? I'd like to provide that piece of evidence that I was not allowed to earlier.
So
How's
I
that?
think there was a question that you dodged and jumped to that. So
No, you're doing it already.
JL,
Well, actually, let's ask
I
this.
said the Bible is the inspired word of God, and I
Nephilim, hang on a
wanted to
sec.
provide a passage.
Hang on a sec,
and you
Nephilim.
wouldn't
I'm
let
going
me
to talk
do
to
it.
the. I'm going to ask the mods a question. I'm going to ask Taco and Randolph a question. Taco, Randolph, because you're the other two you're the other two moderators that are up here. Does reading a text from the book, does reading a text from any book, prove the truth of what that text is saying?
So you're already telling me
No.
I can't provide the argument that you asked for. You say, show us evidence that God is real, and I try to show one passage from the Bible that says, look, this is evidence, and you're not going to let me hear it. You're not going to let me say it.
Actually, to answer J.L. Warren's question, no, because there are many false things. There are many false things. You're interrupting me, Nephilim. There are many false things written in many documents. Did he just voluntarily leave?
Yeah.
Okay, he just didn't want to hear my answer because it doesn't help him. So what I was saying is that there are many documents in the world that have false information on them, such as Kent Hovind's PhD. It is not a real PhD.
Just for clarification, for those who are in the audience who may have heard what he was saying and what he was wanting to refer to, because he's not here, so I'm not trying to preach to anybody. But if I remember correctly, what he's trying to refer to is Job 38:30, or basically the story in Job where he says, essentially, he said he thinks that the story of Job describes the waters coming out of the waters coming from the deep, that those are depicting hydrothermal vents. So hydrothermal vents, or black smokers that exist deep within the ocean, are not the source of water. Okay. So what he's thinking is that the water that came out, that was part of the part of the flood where the water comes from hydrothermal vents. But it doesn't say that in the Bible. And so he's making the jump. He's making the leap. He's reading a passage in the Bible and saying that how did they know that hydrothermal vents existed without having the technology to get down and see hydrothermal vents? So that's the leap he's making. And this leap does not get you to any kind of proof. That's why I don't want him to read the text. I want him to explain his methodology as to how another Christian denomination disagrees with his interpretation. So we have two separate interpretations, both reading the exact same text. He says that the book of Job is talking about hydrothermal vents, and he's actually describing hydrothermal vents in the wrong way, but that's irrelevant to the point. He thinks it's talking about hydrothermal vents, and another one thinks it's allegorical or it's metaphorical, because because the person who was writing it was describing what they presumed to be the source of the ocean, because the ocean is so vast and so huge, it has to come from somewhere. So it must have come up because it doesn't come down. So all this water. So maybe the poetic version of it, or the metaphorical version, is that it came up out of the ground. It's hard to say how that was sussed out by the author. But there are people who take it metaphorical. There are people who take it literal, like what Nephilim is saying. The point is, what I was asking him, what he keeps dodging, and what I will always hit Nephilim with the methodology chair, is that by what methodology did he determine his version was the correct one and everyone else's was wrong? And that is because he can't do that.
He's simply saying, I read the text and therefore it's right because I'm reading it correctly. But he has no justification for how he knows he's reading it correctly. That's what I want Nephilim to answer. How do you justify your reading the text as being the correct one? And he can apply all of these things, like he was talking about exegesis examination of the text. The problem is, when you're talking about hermeneutics, how do you validate one hermeneutic over another? You can't. That's the problem with it, is that there is no objective standard at reading the Bible, which is why there are so many variations of Christianity. That's the problem. And Neph can't answer that question. Neph can't resolve that conflict. All he can say is, my version is right because I'm reading it right. And we would have gotten to that had Neph not turned it into an absolute shit show. Done.
Okay.
Sorry, rant over.
No, it was good. It's important to do that because he brings in quite a lot when he talks, and then he doesn't seem to like it when we want to talk.
Right.
And that's
well. This is why he was banned off MDD, because James was trying to moderate it because he kept wanting to gish gallop over Erica, who was guts at Gibbon. And he kept wanting to gish gallop, and James tried to intercede and be like, okay, wait, it's like one point at a time. And he just flipped out and he just quit. It was the third time he did. And so he's no longer allowed on modern day debates anymore because of that exact same behavior. So that's why I get agged, because he's going to do that. And I was like, even when we try to be cool, when Taco is cool, Randolph, when we're trying to be like, okay, wait, hold up, one at a time. And he just can't deal. He cannot just like, oh no, gallop all over the place, man. So no, we have to be able to look at it. So go ahead.
I'm going to move on to somebody's contacted me privately. They were on earlier as Tree, and then it sounded like singing. It was possibly they're playing a video, and we asked them not to because we don't want to get copyright strikes because this is live streaming on YouTube. But what's happened is Tree has asked me to. It said, don't hear kind of complaints. Has a diagram, which I've shared in our private chat as well. And yes, we are interested. We have certain expectations of our guests. So, we're happy to converse with you, and you've heard us conversing with others, and I see that you're in now. So did you want to just read out your argument and review it with us? Because I think it would probably be best if it comes from you.
I mean, I posted it in the chat. It's just Google definitions of real, exist, and objective, and it's trying to show you how objective reality is being. It's nothing to do with what you're experiencing. And there's a very clear line between who exists and what is experienced, right? There's life, and then there's stuff you experience, which is not life, right? There are beings which exist, and then there is your experience, which doesn't exist. But our language is corrupt in a way that makes us worship an existence outside of ourselves, right? So you're falling into this rabbit hole of like being religious about science in a way. So I'm not here to like argue for a biblical God, but it's so fucking blazingly obvious to me, at least, that there's more to life than just this and then dying and nothing. Like, that's so retarded. Because first of all, we came from nothing, right? That should at least hint some kind of magic to you in the first place. The fact that you were born in the first place, you should be grateful, and you should realize that is magic. You shouldn't just focus on your experience and hold on to it like that's what matters. No, like you existing is what matters, right?
Yeah. Do you
also
go ahead?
If life was some kind of moral assessment, it would make sense that there is no hard evidence, because that would be cheating, right?
That would be cheating?
I'm wondering, do you find it an uncomfortable idea that there are no deities at all, no goddesses and no gods in reality?
No, I think that's the way it has to be.
Okay.
But
if life was a moral assessment,
magic?
It has to be that way.
Or are you using magic in kind of a colloquial term? Not like I'm casting a spell, but like, oh wow, look, of all the possible presentations of genetics, it's me. When the probability is that there were a million different possibilities of my...
You're forming a calculation in your head, but it's irrelevant to something coming from nothing, which is the magic that you'll never explain.
You mean abiogenesis?
I don't know what that is, but you were born, right? And that is
Abiogenesis,
undeniably magic.
abiogenesis is living matter originating from non-living matter.
I like to call it the
Right.
spark of life.
So I'm a presentation of half of my mother's genome and half of my father's genome. The nucleotides that were selected are randomly selected, and that's why I don't look exactly like my brother. But we look somewhat similar, but I don't look exactly like him. So
You're identifying with forms, right?
Be careful with using the word random there, but they're I guess you're using it kind of loosely.
I'm using it loosely. There was no agential decision as to. There's no demonstrable agential cause for where my specific nucleotide showed up.
Okay.
Is what I'm talking about. So by all intents and purposes, because you really can't because there is no predictive model that can state which nucleotides will be selected for in any given translation, then we could say it effectively seems to be random. Because there's no predictive model that can say if these two people have a kid, this is what it's going to come out looking like. Unless you genetically engineer it to make it come out a certain way, which
I can get on board with you with this. Yeah. Yeah.
So how is this magic?
Something from nothing.
Well, the human that's abiogenesis. Is just the origin of living matter.
You're just saying that.
Matter.
It might be a reference to the idea of how the universe started, I guess.
Yeah.
Or how the cosmos began.
I'm just making it easier for you to understand and relate to by saying you were born, right? You weren't, and then you were, and I'm referring to your life, right? Not like your body. I don't know why people are obsessed with identifying with their avatar. It's an avatar, right? It's not you, right? You are you, no matter how much your avatar changes. And I don't know why people have struggled to see that.
Of my body. I'm an extension of my body. I'm a
No,
presentation.
no.
You're assuming dualism. You're assuming mind-body dualism.
By the way, Tree, I like your avatar.
You have to assume something, right? But there's no way either of us can prove.
But why would I assume mind-body dualism when there's no evidence to back it up?
Right, there cannot be evidence because if we're entertaining God, right?
Then
we're entertaining that.
Then why would I accept it if there's no evidence?
I'm explaining that. If you're entertaining the idea of God and you want me to convince you of God, then entertain the possibility that life is some kind of moral assessment. And if that was true, there couldn't be any hard evidence of the answers. That's profit from the work of others. That destroys the whole point.
That's a terrible system.
That destroys the whole point of having this life, right? If there is hard evidence of these things.
Why would an omniscient, omnipotent being need to make a point?
Look, I'm not arguing for any particular biblical God, right? You can't push me into that corner. I'm just saying you need to be humble and accept the fact that you don't know these things, you can't prove these things, and it's up to every individual to go down their own spiritual path. That's the only fucking way. So don't.
Okay,
I'm an agnostic theist, right?
I can grant that. But does that mean that we should just allow people? Does that mean that we should espouse? We should not espouse the point, the fact that just because
what does espouse mean?
Espouse to propagate, to continue to speak on. Okay, sorry.
I know you want to sound intelligent to make me look dumb, but just if you could speak simpler, it would help us communicate.
You're done.
Yeah, that's
not gonna fly. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I scored higher on my fucking verbal than you did.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's I was hoping to get in with him to the something coming from nothing, because we did talk briefly earlier with a different person, a different guest, about how without laws of physics and laws of logic and all this kind of stuff in effect, with absolutely nothing, how can we rule out something coming from nothing? It's
someone in your live chat, Randolph, because I have your live chat pulled up.
Yeah, I saw you there.
Someone was saying break out the Phineas gauge. I wanted to recognize that they were saying that.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so because Phineas Gage is the curious case of Phineas Gage is really, really interesting, where a person was essentially replaced by damage to the brain, where they became another person entirely. And I wanted to recognize that they said that, and I can't find, maybe it jumped or something, but somebody mentioned that. It's like, break out the Phineas Gage. And I'm like, you're absolutely right. So whoever said that, you are absolutely correct. It's an excellent example.
That's wonderful. If one of the moderators can point out the name to bridge the divide, that would be great. We can give them credit for it.
Have you guys ever had anesthesia or been put under by anesthesia?
I was to get my wisdom teeth removed, and I used that as an example earlier, with a different guest.
Yeah, I might have missed that part, but all I was getting at with that is that there's like a gap right there, right? That's effectively turning off your consciousness. I mean, that there's a gap right there where there's just you just wake up, right? And there's nothing. It just turns off your consciousness, right? I mean, the fact that you can turn off your consciousness like that, in my opinion, at least shows that at least the consciousness is linked to the body, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm not totally dismissing dualism. I don't think it's the case. I don't think there's anything that suggests it. In fact, all the modern science that I've read suggests that it's totally physical. But like I said, I'm not totally dismissing dualism, but I just see nothing that would suggest that's the case. And in my anecdotal experience, it appears to not be the case at all.
You know, it's interesting that you described it as a gap because I didn't even have an experience of a gap. For me, I mean, I was on the gurney. They were wheeling me in. I'm underneath I'm in the surgical the surgical theater. The doctor was over me and he was like, okay, we're going to do this, blah, blah, blah. And then they did the whole count backward from 100. And I remember 100. And then I was waking up in recovery. But there was no sensation of falling asleep. There was no sensation of anything in between. I literally went from one moment to the next.
That was the way it was for me too.
Then it was the process. It was like waking up. It was like, and I felt like crap because it wasn't like I actually slept. So I literally but I know that 3 hours went by because my wife was waiting in the waiting room for 3 hours.
Yeah.
And I can look at clocks and say 3 hours went by, but my time, my perception literally went. But dude, like I went from okay to waking up, which was so weird. But
no,
yeah,
that's what I meant by gap. I described that poorly.
Right. So that's why I assume is that's what it is, just a return to nothingness.
And with anesthetic, it isn't a perfectly safe procedure. There is risk, including risk of fatality. So when I got that, I decided to just have them remove all 4 wisdom teeth at once, so that I have fewer times in my life that I'll need to go fully under.
I would say if I had my choice of how to go, just like that is how I would go.
Yeah, it's easier that way, or maybe starting off with a nice dream, then going.
Maybe I've been put under like 6 times, and each time it's just like that. It's just done.
Hey, I noticed there's quite a few people in the audience who want to join in. Do we have time for maybe another one?
Well, I'm gonna have to bounce here because I've got a live stream at 4, and I got to get some.
You know what? Let's do this topic again in the future, and then we can entertain more of these wonderful people who have tuned in to listen to all of this. And I just want to say thank you to everybody in our audience. We've really enjoyed having you here. Really appreciate you taking your time to listen to all of this conversation. We hope that you've enjoyed it and maybe even learned from it. That would be awesome if you did. You can also join Canadian Atheists Discord at discord.canadianatheists.ca. This is also on YouTube live streaming right now. So if you went to my channel at www.youtube.com/Randolf Richardson, and that's Randolph ending with the letter F, not PH, no matter what your autocorrect tells you, then you will find the live stream dated for today, January 23rd, 2022. And thank you, everybody. And thank you, J.L. Warren and Taco in the previous panel.
Absolutely. And I've linked, Randolph, I linked your channel in the convinces in the text chat. I linked it with mine. So, and I'll because I got to boogaloo pretty quick, but thank you very much, Taco, Randolph, Hicks.
J.L. Warren, can you just say your spell out your channel name so that people listening can find?
Oh, yes, it's youtube.com/JL Warren. No periods, just JL Warren. So, like you see my name up on the screen, but with no periods in it. So, you can go to that one, or you can just search Bridge the Divide, because that's the name of my channel is Bridge the Divide. So yeah, big, huge thank you to Taco, to Randolph for helping set this up, for Ix, to Jack. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for the invitation. It was very, very special. I'm honored to be up here with you guys. It was an absolute blast. I have linked my channel in the chat along with Randolph, so you want to check it out. Taco, do you have a channel? I didn't.
No.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I didn't want to leave you out. So yes, if anybody in the audience, thank you all so much for taking your time. Your time is very valuable, and I appreciate y'all being here to listen to us and kind of hear these conversations. It's awesome to see y'all in the live chat and to see y'all, to talk to y'all. If you want to see continuations of this, I also continue. I do atheist content, and I address certain, particular wacky things out there on my channel. Check out Bridge the Divide. I hope y'all enjoy the content there. I love interacting with y'all in the comments there. I hope you check it out. Other than that, I hope to see everybody at the next one.
Yeah, and we talked backstage about possibly doing this on a monthly basis, once a month. Also, very important is to give a great note of appreciation to the Politics Discord for hosting this stage for us and bringing in more people into the audience. We really appreciate it. You can also get connected to the Politics Discord at www.discord.gg/politics.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, politics staff. You guys are awesome. Thank you, JL and Randolph. And thank you, viewers. You guys all rock.
Big round of applause for everybody.
So I guess we should close the stage, and I'll shut off the live stream. Thank you, everybody.
Cool. See y'all next time. Be safe. Thank you. Be safe. Be excellent to each other. We'll see y'all next time.
Take care. Bye-bye.
I'm going to hit in stage square.
Oh, yeah, you can do it. Go ahead.
Got it.